Hello, everyone, and welcome back to our virtual wellness conference. We just finished the first half of the first day of the conference. We had a great first half with Kyla with meditation, Bailey with Safe Social, and John Fannenhauer with Reclaiming Culture. And now I'm super excited to introduce our next presenter, Jackie Gooderman from Gooderfit.
Hello, welcome to our 30-minute fitness workout, and just want to say we will be doing a Tabata workout, full body workout, in 40-second intervals, 20-second recovery. But first, the most important is to do our warm-up. So we will be doing a warm-up, non-jumping. Just want to be easy on your knees. And remember, these are all safe exercises. You can modify anything that if you can't do the exercise. And you can change it to 20 seconds interval, 10-second recovery if you want to do the beginner's workout. So right now, we're going to start with our warm-up. Okay, so just follow me. Okay. So do 30 seconds, non-stop. It's important to warm your muscles. Just count in your head. Seconds to go. Okay, so now touch your toes. Again, 30 seconds. Have my friend Joanne working out with me today. We've been training together for 7 years. 15 seconds to go. And 10 seconds. You can do this workout at home anytime. If you don't have dumbbells, grab some water bottles. 5 seconds left. 2 and 1. Okay, again, you're going to go side to side from your arms up. 30 seconds. Always smile when you're working out. It's happy time. And 5 seconds to go. Whew. Okay, so again, touch your toes, keep your feet wide, keep your core tight too, and watch your lower back doing this. Really important. And 30 seconds. Ten seconds to go. Okay, I think we're ready to get started now. So if you don't have dumbbells, grab water bottles, or I use a 5-pound. You don't want to go too heavy. So today we're doing a Tabata workout. Again, 40-second intervals, 20-second recovery. So today we're going to start with squats and military press. So bring it up. And 2. Keep your core tight. Don't bend your knees over your toes. Oh, Joanne, you might want to kill me later.
Pardon?
You might want to kill me later.
I know, right now.
10 seconds.
need to stop for a minute.
In 3, 2, and 1. Okay, so 20-second recovery. Drink some water in between. Whew. And then 10 seconds now. Okay, so now we're going to do reverse flies. And 14, 15, 10 more seconds. And 3 seconds. Okay, so now we're going to go into the dumbbell back row. I'll go sideways so you can see me. Keep your core good, core tucked in, core tight, and bring it up. 1. You sweat doing this, trust me.
I am.
10 seconds. Okay, so 20 seconds recovery. Just gonna grab some water. Really important to drink your water in between. Open this. Okay, so now we're starting again squats, military press. Okay, so 1, 2. Okay, so 20-second recovery. Woo! So how are you feeling so far, Joanne?
Oh, it's so hard.
Whew. Keep that blood flowing. Hope everyone's having a fantastic Saturday. This is a beautiful fall in the valley. Okay, so recover. Whew. Okay, 5 seconds to go. Whew.
I need to catch
And
my breath.
1. Okay.
Guess not.
Sorry. Catch your breath later. This is now reverse flies. Seconds left. Can't even talk, sorry. Okay, now we're going to do dumbbell back row. Take 10 seconds left. Okay, 20-second recovery. Hope everyone's doing well. Like I said, you can modify all these exercises. Like I said, you can use waterfalls. And after this, we'll be doing a short core workout. Whew, drink some water. Whew, how are you feeling? Okay, we don't have music, but I can sing. So 10 seconds to go. And we're going to do another. We have 2 more sets to do. Then we're on to our next exercise.
2 more.
2 more.
Shoot him in.
Yeah. Whew. Okay, you ready? So again, squat, military press. And again, I repeat myself a lot. Do not put your knees over your toes. Do not overextend. And my knee cracks still.
Oh, I'm cracking everywhere.
Okay, 5 more seconds. Okay, 20-second recovery. Then we're going back to reverse flies. Whew. What a beautiful day, though. It's really important to get all your exercises in. Even if you work out 30 minutes daily, do something. Get your blood flowing. Releases endorphins, gets you in a really good mood. I've been working out for probably most of my life. Like I said, Joanne and Cameron have been training with me. And troopers. Okay, so we got 10 seconds recovery left. Okay. And okay, so now bent over reverse flies. More seconds. 2 and 1. Okay, so now we're going to go back into our back row. Again, keep your core tight, back arch. Don't, just watch your lower back. Five more seconds. Okay, so 20-second recovery. I know it might seem like a long recovery, but it's really important. You don't want to overtrain your muscle groups as well. So, hope everyone's Saturday is going awesome. Okay, some water. Oh. Okay. 10 seconds left. And we're going to go back to our last set for squats with military press. Okay, here we go again, last one. Gotta smile. Yes. Camera's mic. Work out, girl. Work out. Get those arms. Pump those arms. Five seconds. And last one. And yes, 20 seconds. Whew. I used to do 8 sets of this. This is a big one. and 8 different stations. But it's just nice, and I just want to thank Dorian for inviting me to do this wellness, because working out is really important to me, and I love seeing healthy people, and it makes you happy, and keeps your heart strong. Very, very important. Okay, so you've got 10 seconds left to recover. Whew.
Oh, my arms look. Oh my God.
Ooh, we're sweating it up. Okay, so this is our last one, and then we're going to move on to arms after this. Okay, so reverse fly. Sorry, Joanne. That's why I didn't tell you the program.
I need to maybe take while off camera.
Oh, no.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, no. This is us
I'll be
fighting.
Dorian in my spot.
10 seconds.
It's a long 10 seconds.
That's why I didn't work out yesterday. Save all my energy. And okay, so now back row. So again, keep your butt sticking out, your core tight. Do not look down, look straight ahead too. You don't want to pull a muscle in your neck as well. Whew. Okay. Thanks. 15 seconds. If you notice, I cut it down to 30 seconds.
Thank you. Much appreciated.
3, 2, and 1. Okay, 20-second recovery. Need some water. How you doing? You doing okay, Joanne?
I'm fine. I don't know about Miss Cameron though.
I got work to do.
Hey.
Oh boy.
So would you be missing lately?
10 seconds. So next, grab your water bottles or 5-pound dumbbells. Yeah, I'm sweating. Okay, so next we're going to be doing bicep curls with alternating split squats. Okay, so I'm going to stand here, so I'm center. Okay, so this is a good balance one. So if I lose my balance, I apologize. So I spring chicken anymore.
Either one.
Oh, this is a good one. Legs are feeling it. Okay, got 10 seconds.
We take them off the next couple of days.
I work tomorrow.
Oh, lovely.
Oops. See? Okay. So, 20-second recovery.
Can I just sit and build?
So we're back into squats again. For the
No.
next one. Yes. Sorry. So how's everyone feeling today? How are you feeling, Joanne? Okay.
No.
5 seconds to go. Okay, so now we're gonna first we'll do kickback, squat. So get back up. So this is a really good one because you have to really think.
They're all so good.
And then squat. It's a coordination exercise.
Well,
That's
guess
why
what?
you have to really think about, because these are combination workouts.
I don't have coordination.
You're a dancer. You have more coordination than I do.
I
15 seconds.
I don't like you.
You feel beautiful after. Okay, so 5 seconds. Whew. we're back to the top again.
That was
So
so
this gets
coordinated.
You're a dancer.
Oh,
Need to go for a good run after. Okay, 10 second recover. Get your water in.
while you're at it, new set of legs.
What?
New set of legs.
Use that. 5, 4, 3, 2, and what? So back split squats and bicep curls. Well, my legs are like jello, but it's good. You know that saying, no pain, no gain? More seconds. Okay, can't wobble, you're on live. And 2, and 1. 20 recovery.
Now my legs are jello. Jello.
So I mix up my workout sometimes with machines or body weight. But really when it comes down to body weight workouts are the best because you can do them anywhere. You can work out outside, at work on a short little 10-minute break. If you need to get that extra one in, it's good for you. Whew. And 5 seconds to go. Oh.
I don't have coordination.
Okay, so tricep. So do a squat, up, and then tricep.
Squat.
Yes. Squat, kick back. Five more seconds. 2, and last one. Okay, 20 seconds, recover. And we're back to the third set. Just 2 more sets to go. And we'll do a little cool down.
Does that consist of laying on the floor? Because I'm into it if it is.
Oh, it could be. Yeah. It actually does suit help because then we're going to do a little ab workout. Do the plank and just lower leg raise. Just
can't see you.
we're starting again. 5 seconds. Okay, so bicep curls and split squats. Oh yeah, my legs are like jello now. I have to stand all day. That's okay. 10 seconds. And last one. 20-second recovery. Whew.
We should go for ice cream after this.
I'm having boudin. Sorry. I'm having boudin. Boudin. I figured that's my cheat meal. Okay, 5 seconds to go. We'll cool down. Whew. Okay, so now tricep kick back and squat. Kick back and squat. 10 seconds. And last one. Whew. Okay, 20-second recovery and your last set. Whew. See, this is a 30-minute workout. That's all you need, really. You don't want to overtrain. Whew. The heart is a pumping. Woo. 1 minute recovery. Oh, water. Gets you off the couch watching Netflix on the Saturday anyways. Okay, so 5 seconds to go. Last one, Joanne. You got this, girl. You got this. Okay.
You got this.
Oh. Woo, yeah, Joe. You might have to drive me home. Got 10 seconds. Oh, don't you love feeling like this? When I used to teach spin, I'd be yelling in your faces right now.
Quite stopping you now.
Okay, 20-second recovery. Oh,
Oh,
yeah, those were the good old days. Whew. 10-second recovery.
oh,
This is our last one.
yeah. I can help that.
5 seconds to go. See, timer works out good. And we do 1 minute cool down after.
On the
Okay,
floor?
so you ready? Yeah. We'll see. You're gonna be nice to me. You're always nice to me. She's one of the kindest people I know. I've met her and Cameron. Dorian are all so nice.
Isn't she sweet?
No, you're not. And I'm saying that live, okay?
I love it.
5 more. And unfortunately, sometimes at the end of your workouts, quite possible you'll lose your form. It's really important to have a mirror in front of you when you're first starting a workout to get your form good. Okay, thank you for this lovely 30-minute workout.
Hello. I just wanted to quickly promote Jackie's business because she's not doing that. But she's a longtime friend of mine and Joanne as well, my personal trainer, and she does amazing work. Her business is called Gooder Fit Personal Training and Fitness. Look it up on Facebook, Instagram, etc. Jackie will kick your butt and be just super supportive and helpful in like a lot of ways to get your fitness going. So I just wanted to say thank you, Jackie.
Thank you so much for having me here, and thank you, Joanne, for working out with me.
Anytime.
And so now we'll do our cool down.
Okay, on the floor?
Okay. Yeah, we'll do it.
Yes.
Okay.
We can't see you on the floor though.
Oh, you can, yeah. Oh, you can see it.
You'll have to do that at home.
Okay, we'll do that after. So just do a nice cool down. So you wanna inhale, exhale, exhale. You wanna okay, so bring your arms to one side, stretch. Oh, I'm so good. And then just bring your arms in front. Just stretch your lower. This is a real one of my favorite stretches. And then again, Keep your core tight. Hold it between like 10 to 20, 30 seconds, however, but never warm or do not do stretching on cold muscles. Causes injury. Last one. Music is the best way to recover. Okay, so then stretch and lower back again. And then thank you so much for working out with me today, and I hope you had a good workout. So search me on Facebook and maybe we can work out together Zoom. Thank you so much.
Okay, so thank you so much to Jackie and to Joanne for that awesome workshop. Now, we're going to take about a 25-minute break, and we're going to be back at 2 o'clock with Balanced Living with Jane Wood and Dr. Searle. So we'll see you in about 25 minutes. See you then. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to our wellness conference. Now, you can't see me, but I'm introducing our super awesome presenters. We've got Jane Wood and Dr. Searle, who's going to be talking to us about balanced living. So I'll pass it right over to them.
Thanks, Dorian. We're very happy to be here. My name is Dr. Cheryl Allen, and I'm a naturopathic doctor working here at the Lavallee Health Centre.
And my name is Jane Wood, and I'm really excited to be back for this wellness conference. I presented last time, but this time I brought my colleague Dr. Cheryl with me, and today we're going to talk to you about balanced living. And so what does that mean, and why are we the experts to be talking to you about that? Have we stopped going live?
Yeah, just hold for a minute. Okay, we'll look into that. Just cancel for like 1 second. The computer completely just crashed that we were live streaming off of.
Okay, great.
Oh, okay.
Cameron, can you check into what's happening on the live stream by any chance?
It's going. If you're fine.
Like, are we still in it?
Because we've lost everything on this.
Because we're still on.
Talk about chicken fries?
So right now we haven't. They're still up on the screen at this point.
Oh, great.
It's
Yeah, it's still streaming live.
Great.
Is it still streaming?
Oh, the joys of live
We
streaming.
can't control anything right now.
Yeah, Dorian, come here and check it out. You're still going.
I'm still going.
You're still going.
Oh,
Okay.
yay! Yay, live streaming.
Tell a joke or something.
I know, right? That's not going to be PC.
Yeah.
Introducing Jane Wood and Dr. Searle with balanced living. So I'm just going to pass it back over to them.
And take two.
Take two.
Thanks again, Dorian, for having us here today. We're so happy that everyone can join us today as we chat about this whole idea about balanced living. My name is Dr. Cheryl Allen, and I'm a naturopathic doctor here in Pembroke at the Lavallee Health Centre.
And I'm Jane Wood. I am a nutritionist and a mindfulness practitioner, and I'm glad to be back to be presenting at this second virtual conference. And so brought my colleague today so we can talk about why we're experts in balanced living and what our thoughts are on that and how you can start to incorporate some balanced living techniques into your lives. So that being said, Cheryl, how balanced is your life?
Well,
About as balanced as mine. Yeah, exactly. exactly. So when we talk about balanced living, how the concept of this and health, what do we kind of think of when, like, so our mission, if you will, is to kind of dispel the myths and belief systems that people have surrounding their health and outcomes. And so one of those things is this notion that we can live a balanced life.
That's right,
And
yeah.
so why don't you kind of explain what it is that we perceive balanced living to be?
Yeah, because I think we have, at least for me, I don't know, sorry about you, Jane, but I had this vision of this goal of living balanced, like as if that was something that could happen, or that there were these people that I would see, whether it was on social media or friends, and like, they've got it, like balance.
They
like
got
having
they got their
balance
stuff
is
together.
possible,
Yeah,
right?
exactly. Yeah.
But as life continues on, I've kind of had this moment of figuring out that this is not a real thing. Balance, this kind of idea of balance, this static state of being in balance does not exist in my life, but it doesn't exist for any of us.
No.
And so when we talk about balanced living, we kind of joke about that as much as we discuss balance, it's impossible for us to actually achieve that. And at the same time, we can live more balanced lives where we are able to kind of fine tune and be more aware of some of the subtleties when our lives are going out of balance.
Yeah, for sure. And I think that when the way I like to describe it to clients is that traditionally when clients come to see us, they view themselves on this like pendulum.
Yeah.
And that we usually see clients on their worst days. And you know, they're at kind of like that low point on that balance scale, and they're coming into us and looking for some sort of intervention to kind of make them feel well again. And what happens with a lot of the fad wellness programming out there is that they tend to get a really short-term burst of feeling really good, so they shift that scale to that, and they're feeling really amazing, but they generally find themselves within a fairly short period of time with that, you know, pendulum, you know, hitting rock bottom again. And so the intention that, you know, when Cheryl and I first met was, how do we provide a program, or how do we provide services to our clients where they're just shifting that scale in such minor increments that they're able to recognize when things start to go one way, and then they can implement a tool and bring themselves back. And so that's basically our philosophy on balanced living. Yeah, cool. So one of the things I think, what about, like, Cheryl, when you have clients coming to see you, what is it that they often come see you for?
Oh, that's a good question. It could be, it's varied what people would come in for. Oftentimes there'll be things like, I want to lose weight. I want to feel better. I want to have more energy. I want to see some improvement in my digestive system. My hormones are driving me crazy. Like those would be common things that I would see.
Right,
Yeah.
right. And for me, in my practice as a nutritionist, mostly clients come to see us or see me for a weight loss journey. And so how successful are your clients in achieving those health outcomes when it comes to, say, like a nutrition intervention?
Yeah, and it's interesting you bring up the nutrition piece, because as far as different treatment options within a naturopathic approach, we always come back to nutrition. Nutrition is a key piece to all of our treatment protocols,
sure.
and the reason being that the gut has so much in terms of how it regulates so many of these different systems. So nutrition is always part of it. And nutrition is like the hardest one for people to implement.
It's so
like
hard.
We'll sit down, we'll talk about different things to use foods to, whether it is rebalancing hormones, improving digestion, rebalancing immune response, whatever the case may be. We're sitting together, we're both on board, but I'm sure, as you know, Jane, and for you at home watching, the hard part isn't being on board and saying, yes, that makes sense. That
Right.
is the very first kind of tip off in terms of a treatment approach. The hard work becomes in executing that plan.
Absolutely, absolutely. And so I'm going to kind of go a little bit out of order from our speaking points, because in my mind right now it's making a little bit more sense. So I met Dr. Cheryl in 2015. After, 2015, after I decided to leave the military, I'm a military veteran, and I was looking to join a clinic, and so I happened to join the Lavely Health Center and met Dr. Cheryl. Actually, I was a spy client before, but we won't go down that story. And so when we first started to collaborate, we were talking about the challenges we have on success outcomes for our nutrition clients,
Right.
because other things are quite easy to sell. You know, give someone a pill from like their doctor and they follow that. Give someone an exercise routine, they kind of sort of follow that. But if there's some prescriptive thing, that they tend to be really good at that. But what they're not awesome at is following a healthcare plan. So Cheryl and I wanted to come up with a way that we could maybe impact more lives, especially here in the Valley, and have higher success and health outcomes. And so that led to us creating a program that we actually call the Balance Program. And so maybe do you want to talk a little bit about why we created it?
Yeah, and exactly like you said, Jane, we were sitting down and we're like, how do we focus on this piece that all of us humans struggle with? And it is that follow through of these different plans, whatever the plan may be. So we were talking about this, like, well, are we going to need to create a program for people who are coming to see us for indigestion, or a program for people that have hormonal imbalance issues, or a program? And then we're like, whoa, wait a minute. We don't need to have all these separate programs for all these individual health concerns. We need to have a space where people can explore how foods affect their bodies, but do it in a way that they're supported.
Right.
They've got the health professionals to do it with, and they've got a community of people to do this journey with them, so that we're not alone. Nobody, well, I've yet to meet somebody, well, there probably are some of these people out there that are like, oh, you want me to do this? No problem, and execute that plan without a hitch. For a lot of us, we need to do it
Absolutely.
together.
I kind of, like, there are some people out there that you can just give them something very prescriptive and then they will follow that for the rest of their lives. I'm not that person.
Me neither.
And so we also, we created it of our own life experiences too, because, looking at my mental health, nutrition plays a huge role in that. And Cheryl's practice from naturopathic is nutrition plays a huge role in that. And I know that like giving a prescriptive meal plan to clients is not going to be a successful outcome for the client. They just get frustrated. And like you said, there's not that support system. So we created a program that's done in a group environment, because it's really important for us that we create a community and that we not only are telling people what to do because we are the experts. That would be easy for us to tell people what to do, but it's not going to be something that's going to be successful to sustain. And so our program really allows the client themselves to embody the entire process, to experience it themselves. And we know that when you experience something, you feel it, and you are going to be more successful with continuing and maintaining that. And so we noticed that our 2020 is our 5-year anniversary for our program. And so after our first year or two, we started doing these community info sessions, if you will, just kind of explaining what our program is, because we were like, first thing, is this actually a thing? Are people going to want to come and see this or participate in that? And so we started having clients do testimonies. And so it was a really unique experience when people started sharing those testimonies. Do you want to tell them why?
Well,
Because I think you explained it beautifully.
well, the part that we found so powerful, people would come up to the front and they would be ready to kind of share their story, and they would tell these beautiful experiential based stories about how they were able to
We're back.
And we're back. All right, here we go.
Take 3.
Okay, so
Where were we?
where were we? Yes, we were talking about testimonials and people who had done the program. And so at the end of they'd be sharing their story, their journey about what they had experienced. And then at the end, there would always be people watching, hands up in the air, and like, how much did you lose? Like, how much weight did you lose? And the person sharing their story would, oh, right, that's right. Yes, and it was the perfect analogy for as much as weight loss was a side effect or a byproduct, if you will, of doing the program, it is not the take-home piece that changed their lives.
Yeah, exactly. So that led us to kind of revamp the way in which we market our program, and we're going to get to some balanced living tips, we promise.
Yeah.
But we just kind of got to give you the background. So, so we looked at what is it that we're trying to actually like pull out of our clients when they join us. And so one of the things that Cheryl said one day, she was just kind of popping out. She's like, true self. True self. We had just come back from a conference where Simon Sinek was the main presenter, and we were all jazzed about our whys and our purpose, and we were all like, Cheryl and I were like really, we were on a high. We were like, we want to help people. We want to guide them on a journey to figure out why it is, they haven't been super successful in the past. And so Cheryl came up with this concept that we're actually guiding people to get closer to who their true self is. And how this relates to balanced living is that if we kind of explain, we kind of like depict true self as like a funnel.
Right.
And when people come to our program, they come with sort of an awareness of what's going on in their lives. They know that they don't feel well.
Yeah.
They know that they want to lose weight. They know that, they could feel better or may have felt better in the past. And so they come to us. And then there's all kinds of different aspects that affect who we are and how we show up in the world. So there's our health, there's our relationships, there's our financial health, our spiritual health, our life purpose. And before you can get to exploring all of those things, we recognize that without your health, it's impossible to work on your relationships. It's impossible to focus on your to It's impossible to, find your life purpose. So we designed the Balance program to target the health aspect and to, in the end, bring you closer to true self. So how do we kind of explore this concept of true self?
Yeah, because it seems like kind of an absolutely massive concept.
Right, absolutely
And we always joke, it's like no one has yet put on their intake form, like, why are you here today? Oh, I'm interested in discovering my true self and purpose that I was placed on the earth. Thank you very much. But this whole idea of we believe that when you are showing up in the world in a way that feels authentic to you, then you are living into the truest version of yourself in that moment.
Absolutely.
And so, like Jane said, health is that entry point. We all know that when you're not feeling well, it's very difficult to explore different things. And sometimes even as much as we say that we may not want symptom X, Y, or Z, but if it weren't for that symptom, that push, that discomfort, it wouldn't let us into exploring something further, right?
Absolutely.
So,
absolutely. So we start by doing an intake or like an intake of like a checklist, an assessment, an internal assessment of where you currently are, and we measure that on like how does that show up as a balance.
Yeah.
And so there's all these different areas and different questions, and then you take your answers and you plot it on a graph. And if we're living in an ideal balanced world, that graph would be a circle. But most of us have like this Pac-Man looking or egg-shaped looking, star-shaped looking graph, and then that gives us a start state on how or where potentially you might need to focus some stuff. So how we like to impact, we affect 3 areas. We affect people's naturopathic health, how we can look at what is the root cause. We look at people's nutrition, and we look at mindset on basically how do you manage stress, how do you show up in the world, how do you treat yourself. And we foster those skills in our program, which is a 12-week program. So from a dietary perspective, we don't really ever prescribe a dietary plan. But we do know that eliminating specific foods from your diet can be a significant indicator on whether or not you're fueling your body to its ideal potential, and this notion of healthy. So we definitely have a mission, we definitely have a purpose to kind of dispel belief systems where healthy means eating, these fruits and salads and all these lean proteins and what is kind of pushed to us as a healthy diet. But that might not be healthy for you. That might not be something that fuels your body, and certain elements of it might actually be making your health worse. And the thing is that most of us go through life experiencing these unwanted and undesirable symptoms and just think that they're normal. We think it's normal to wake up in the morning and go through the day with a lot of gas and bloating, and we're like, oh, that's just normal. But it's not normal. Our bodies are not meant to have that functioning. And so what we do is we work you through what's called an elimination diet. And basically, we just take you for a 30-day program where we take out foods that we know can be troubleshooting for people. And then we do a reintroduction phase. So that's how we help people explore what does their diet look like for them. So that's what I do with the nutrition and my piece into balanced living. I think it's important to know that there's food is so connected then to the hormonal aspect.
Right.
Yeah. And not just female hormones, but digestive hormones and stuff. So I think that's kind of a good sneak peek highlight.
Yeah, and you're right. It's we're so used to, and I can speak for myself, Jane, I'm sure you have similar experience too, of if something is wrong, we tend to go and see someone who specializes in that one area. Mm-hmm. So if there's something going on with our digestive tract, we'll go see our family doctor, and then maybe go, okay, we're still on, sorry. And then maybe go and see a specialist in that specific area. What we want to do and hope that you will gain as you explore this journey with us is kind of zooming out and looking at your body in a very holistic way. Mm-hmm. And what we mean by that is we're looking at not only one particular system, but how that one system may affect other systems and the domino effect that happens with these different hormones. We know that foods that we eat affect the bacteria in our gut. We know that the bacteria in our gut affect our immune function. We know that our immune function affects the neurotransmitters in our brain. We know that the neurotransmitters in our brain affect our motivation. It's this beautiful concert when everybody's playing well together, and when things get a bit off, it can really cause a lot of havoc in the body. So again, as part of this exploration of what does it mean to live balanced, a large part of it is increasing our awareness of our bodies and how they function when things are well and how they function when things are not well.
Right.
How could you bring balance to a system if you're not aware that something is off, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. So with that being said, let's talk about, just kind of looking at our speaker points here. Let's talk about, you mentioned that, Cheryl, most people want to do this quick fix, and I think that that's the society we live in right now, is that people want to fix their problems or fix their health tomorrow. That expectation of
Yesterday.
Absolutely. Sorry, yesterday. So that tomorrow they feel amazing. How can naturopathic medicine? So I know before I met you, I didn't really know anything about naturopathic medicine. I actually kind of thought it was quacky. So maybe you can kind of explain to the people out there who have never experienced naturopathic medicine, what is it and how you know, it's a valid modality for people.
Yeah, so naturopathic medicine is based on a few different principles that kind of guide our care. The one that we often talk a lot about with respect to this whole idea of balanced living is the one where we're trying to treat the root cause. So as we were talking about a few minutes ago, what we're trying to always explore is what is going on at the root cause for that particular individual. We're not interested in that moment at, in general, how things progress for people who have a certain condition. We're looking at, in this one individual, in you, how, what is the root cause of what symptoms are showing up? And again, we welcome the symptoms, because the symptoms show us a sign, a roadmap, if you will, in terms of what is going on within the body. And so, and that's why I feel there's this beautiful connection between naturopathic medicine and mindfulness,
Right.
because mindfulness brings the awareness piece to what's going on in the body in general. So when we're trying to kind of detective our way through, we're looking at the symptoms that you may be coming in with. The things that are bothering you are actually that entry point into exploring your health and your being as a whole. So again, we're looking at the physical symptoms, and then through that we will use different tools. So we may use nutrition and diet therapy, and that's a big component when we're doing our balance program to to determine what foods fuel your body, which foods may balance different hormone systems, which foods are going to create a more balanced immune response, decrease inflammation, and therefore get rid of whatever the particular symptom of concern is, whether it's pain or mood issues or whatever the case may be. So that's kind of like treating the root cause is a big piece of what we do. And to get there is through mindfulness. So when we first met and learning about that awareness piece, like I love what you say, like now that you're aware, you can't be unaware.
Right.
So if we look at that kind of teeter-totter of living a balanced life, that awareness piece, I think, is what keeps us from doing the pendulum swings.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that's what makes our program extremely unique or the way in which we practice, because we're not just here to promote our program, we're here to promote our private practices as well, and just kind of give you some general information on what are other options available to us, because oftentimes we think there's like just what the doctor says is available to us, whatever like fad diets in the media right now, that's something that's available to us, or we don't think of other ways of like addressing our hormones. How is that going to change our quality of life? Creating space for ourselves, how does that change or impact our quality of life? And so for those of you who tuned in last wellness conference, I shared with you a little bit about my story and how I suffer from a mental health disorder from my time serving in the military. And so it was a very challenging road for me to kind of embrace non-clinical interventions. So it was just like, go to talk therapy, take these antidepressants, and hopefully your quality of life gets better. Right? There was no alternative discussion in that. It was just either feel like poop, take another pill, talk to your therapist about it. And then I was presented to, an opportunity to start doing some mindfulness training, which at the time I also thought was quacky, hokey pokey, and a very army traditional mindset. I've expanded that sense, but. I was really not sure what that meant, and I would never had been in a place myself where I was in charge of my health. I, grew up where my parents took care of my health care. I was not in charge of that. I then joined a profession where I was taking care of other people's health, and it's not my own. And then I joined a career where there was a complete medical staff at my disposal, and I was basically told, you go to the doctor now and don't go to the doctor here. There was no room for exploring alternative things because it wasn't supported. And so it was interesting to me when mindfulness came as an opportunity, and that I actually embraced it as well as I have. And so all of that to say is that that's what makes this whole program different, is that you can you could go see Dr. Cheryl and she can give you some sort of herbal intervention, or, you know, you could do some stuff with her. You could come see me, I could give you a meal plan and we can work on those things. But until you actually integrate that into your being, your vis, as you like to say, until you change your vitality and the way in which you embrace life, all of those things are just kind of come in and go out. You know, what's your statistic on how many diets does a person try?
Yeah, it's like 30 different diets, and
How many
over like over half of our life we'll do
On a
some
diet?
type of diet,
Crazy.
which is
That's crazy.
Yeah, yeah.
Crazy. With like how much success, right? Not very much at all. And so what's different if you talk to our clients is that they're still applying those concepts that we taught them. Are their lives perfect? No. Are our lives perfect?
No.
No. But we know that when we see ourselves, we've created that awareness of when this trigger enters into our life, or when this situation comes, and this is my tendency to, you know, react or respond in this life, then we have an action plan, an actual tool set that we can say, okay, I'm going to try this, this, and this, and then I can bring my life back into balance. And mindfulness plays a huge role in that. And, you know, Cheryl jokingly says that, but the clients actually say to me, oh, I hate you, you're in my mind all the time, because I'm always saying, once you become aware, you cannot be unaware of that. And so when you have that awareness and you choose to make an opposite action to that awareness, you're actually choosing to make your health outcomes worse. So, and then that's a big responsibility for people, and not a lot of people are up for that, willing to kind of take on that. And so that's kind of what we do as practitioners. So I thought maybe we could give like a little bit of like some tidbits on like what does it look like to live a balanced life. So maybe if we can think of, and I'm kind of putting ourselves on the spot right now. Just thinking of what is like the main myth that you like to dispel, and how would you kind of attempt that?
Okay, that's
If you
a good
can't
one.
think of
Okay.
one, maybe I can start. Like if you can't think of it right away, I think I have one, but
Okay, well, what's coming to me right now, because there's lots of myths, and I
Right.
could, I'm wanting to write like a dissertation right now in my head. But what's coming to me right now is this concept of that all stress is bad.
oh yeah,
And often people will come in and say, okay, I'm stressed and it's a bad thing, I want to get rid of that. And I feel like that's a piece, I love that lecture that we do where we explore the body's stress response. We explore what goes on with the nervous system when we are feeling triggered, either consciously or unconsciously.
Right.
How that puts us into a state of either fight or flight, and or fight or flight, and then what happens from there. And what I find such a powerful part about that is an understanding, and then from that understanding, a compassion that our bodies are not out to cause us harm, because often we are so hard on ourselves for, oh, I was so stressed and then I went and I ate this, or I was so stressed and I did this, or I was so stressed and I felt crippled, I was unable to go out and spend time with my friends or do this or that. But when we explore stress from the perspective of understanding why the body would want to create this type of response, and then how can we use like small little signals that our bodies are starting to enter into a fight or flight response, to then bring it back around into saying, what do I need right now? What is my body asking of me right now? And to then kind of recalibrate the stress response to be a motivating factor, and not a piece that's, God, I just wish it wasn't there.
right, right. Can you tell our viewers like what is something that, so that they can have like some tangible, what is a good stress and what is like a bad stress? Is there like something to
Like a
differentiate the two?
Well, it's interesting because the body will respond very similarly, whether you're super excited about something that's going on, or if something is making you feel worried or concerned. It's the same pathways get triggered every time. The piece that is important is how high that response gets. So we talk about this from a mindfulness perspective, and maybe you can touch on this too, is this whole idea of staying within that window of tolerance, staying in that comfortable zone where that stress can be motivating, but it's not overwhelming or debilitating, where we're not feeling that we're riding high, heart palpitations, feeling anxious, or feeling on the other lower end where we're feeling that I can't get out and face the day. So again, how do we work with our nervous systems to be in that zone? How do we use food to help balance that out? Probably we don't often think that the little bacteria in our guts play a role in how that response goes. You know, the different foods, all of these things play in, and that's that part I love. What about you?
So I think my favorite myth is this myth about weight.
Okay.
And so I like personal, I mean, we both have personal experiences on this. We both have undergraduate degrees in dietetics. And so we've both done this like self-assessment on our own health and weight. And, you know, a lot of us go through, especially women, go through life thinking that, okay, if I'm 5'6", I should weigh 140 pounds and so on and so forth. And I see so many clients when they come to me and I say, you know, what is your ideal goal? And they say, well, back 10 years ago, I used to weigh 150 pounds and that felt good for me and awesome. And that's great, but that was 10 years ago. So one of the biggest myths is that this notion that our body has a specific weight that it needs to be at to be healthy. And so we talk about this thing called set point and how our own bodies, programming can actually be a deterrent for weight loss. And so we expect that, if we've held a certain weight for a certain period of time, our brain starts to think that that's a safe weight for us. And then we start to do some dietary intervention, and then the body's like, whoa, I don't like that. Like, this is not where we've been for the past 4 or 5 years. And so it's going to do everything that it can to kind of keep us in that safe zone. But we fight that so hard. And so then we starve ourselves more and we exercise more and we do all of these things more. And instead of learning to, like you said, work with the biology that we have to try to change that messaging, that the body, it is safe. And it comes back to managing that stress, that it is safe for us to decrease our weight, or in some cases, people need to increase their weight. And so I think that myth is one of my favorites to kind of dispel.
Right.
I like showing people my before and after pictures and asking them how much weight they think I've lost, because there's a significant difference in my before and after pictures. And people have said things like, the general response is 20 pounds or something like that. But I only lost 2 pounds. Like, my body weight only shifted 2 pounds, but everything, the way in which it was structured, changed.
Yeah.
And so it's really that notion of why do we put so much weight, literally, into what we weigh? And so one of the things we're really on a mission for is to get rid of those scales. So we like to have a scale bashing party. And so we would, a small action that you can do right now is take those scales, throw them out for garbage delivery next week, and start learning to just listen to your body. Is like, do you feel good at this weight? Do you not feel good at this weight? Pay attention to the stress that's happening in your body, asking yourself what you need and how can you make and start to implement small changes. So what else do you want to talk about?
And with that small, it might be worthwhile, and you can maybe speak to the at-home exercise, because I feel like this one's a really good entry one for people to explore even now at home. Would be, as we've been talking about all of these things and like the different symptoms, why would you want to explore improving your health to some degree? So, later on tonight, sitting down and just spending a little bit of time with yourself, seeing what comes up, what symptoms are coming up for you. This is part of the exercise we do at the beginning of the program, where we allow people some space and time to kind of jot down different things that are coming up for them. So it could be different thoughts or belief systems that come up. It could be physical pain or discomfort. It could be a diagnosis you already have. What are the things that you would like to, you feel that are out of balance right now?
Yeah, and so a good way to do that without spoiling it, but if you just create And the other thing that people think is a big myth is that this concept of time, that we don't have time to implement these things. We have time. We have time. We have time coming out the wahoo. We just have a poor relationship with time. Truth bomb people, we have a poor relationship to time. And so if something is important in your life, you will find the time to do it.
Right.
So you just need to sit with yourself and say, what is it that's important in my life? What am I missing in my life right now? Sit down and just kind of take a moment with your coffee, a glass of wine, in your bath, wherever, out in the backyard, it doesn't matter. And just sit there and ask yourself, what is it that I want in my life? Or what is it that I'm missing in my life? And you might come up with a huge list. And it doesn't matter what that is. It could be that you want to walk or run a 5K. It could be that you want to be able to wear a certain outfit. It could be that you want to have children. It could be that you want to find the person that you want to spend the rest of your life with. But if you're not living the actions that are moving you towards attracting those things in your life, then the chances are of that happening or coming true is pretty rare. And so that's really our mission, is to help you feel good in your bodies, help you feel good in your mind, so that you can go out and live the best life that, you know, we were intended to do. So I think that, are we coming up to the time here? All right, so thank you all for being patient with the many takes we've had today. If you want to get in touch with us, we both practice at the Lavallee Health Centre here in Pembroke, Ontario, and our website is lavalleecenter.com. So if you want to either contact reception to see what information there is to get in touch with us, or if you even want to book an appointment with either of us, you can reach us through that website. So, parting words?
Yes, thanks a lot. And we look forward to connecting in some way in the future.
Thank you.
Amazing. Thank you so much again for coming out and doing this presentation. And sorry about all the technical difficulties.
It's all good. It's a very mindful moment.
Yeah. Anyways, we're going to be back in about 5 minutes, or no, 5-6 minutes until our next presenter from Jumblies Theatre. So we'll see you in just a couple minutes. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Virtual Wellness Conference. I'm, as with everybody, excited to introduce our next guest. We have Shifra Cooper from Jumblies Theatre. So welcome to the Virtual Wellness Conference.
Thank you so much. Hi. Thanks. Oh, am I here?
Yeah, you're here. We hear you.
Great. Okay, hi.
Okay, so I'll just go ahead and pass it right over to you.
Okay. Hi, I'm so sorry, Dorianne. I'm not sure how to share my screen from here.
Gabe, what does the platform look like? Where's the share
I'm
screen
sharing a
button?
Google Doc.
The share screen button should be right underneath your preview of the live stream.
So there's like a preview box. You should see what's going on here. And then underneath there's like a camera button, a microphone button, and I think there's a share screen button right there.
I have it. Thank you so much.
Awesome.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much. Okay. So hi, I'm Shifra Cooper. Thanks for that introduction. I'm really honored to be here today. I'm here on behalf of Jumblies Theatre and Arts, a community-engaged arts organization located in Toronto, which is where I'm speaking from today. And now I'm just going to try sharing my screen. Here we go. I think you can see that. Okay, I'm here to talk to you about my adventures in virtual art making. So Jumblies, the organization I'm with, makes new interdisciplinary artworks through collaborations with professional and the social and artistic impacts of doing so and possibilities of potentially doing this. Of course, in the time of COVID-19, gathering in person is no longer possible, but over the last 7 months, we've been bringing people together over Zoom to work with them and with artists in many different forms. But before I tell you a bit about this and about the challenges and discoveries and questions that we encountered along the way, I'd love to start by showing you a glimpse of some of what this has looked like.
What are ways in which people say welcome? Something that is yes, that is, ooh, I like that one.
Just a note, we can't see your screen anymore. Did you stop sharing it?
I'm so sorry, I didn't. Let me try again.
And Gabe,
Okay.
whenever, I have Gabe in the tech booth over here. Whenever you see her screen being shared, can you just add it into the stream for us?
Thank you so much, everyone. Okay, here we go. I'm going to try it again.
Sorry about that.
No worries. That's how it is. Great information is something what I'll talk about later. Okay, I'll just present this. Can you see me now?
Is the screen shared, Gabe? Okay.
Okay, here's the video. Some glimpses of what we've been doing.
What are ways in which people say welcome? Something that is yes, that is, ooh, I like that welcome. How would you dance the idea of listening or listen?
I would stand up and sway my left hand and right hand back and forward.
If you could imagine, Natalie, how is bread made before it becomes the thing we know as bread?
Maybe this? Yeah. Pull it with your fingers, push it with your wrist, pull it with your finger, like you're folding it. You're folding it with your hand.
And 1, and 2, and 3. Here comes your hesitation. And idea, not too sure. But we want to welcome.
their roles of greater risk. Into their roles of greater risk. Without hesitation. Without hesitation. I did nothing special. I did nothing special. Sun is setting, lanterns rise. Sun is setting, lanterns light. Magic looming, magic time. Here we break our fast tonight. Here we break our fast tonight.
Okay. So I am going to show you quite a few videos throughout this presentation because, as I said, this work is about people and the things that we make together. So it's very important to see and hear and experience them. But I'll rewind from this video a little bit and take us back to March at the start of the pandemic, when our partner, Jumbly's partner, Maybell Arts, another community arts organization located also in Toronto, was about to launch their intercultural community outdoor festival, Maybell Iftar Nights, an annual outdoor event co-created by community leaders and artists to mark the daily breaking of the fast during the month of Ramadan through music, spectacle, art making, and treats prepared over the outdoor fire. As hosting this event this spring in person wasn't possible, the artistic team pivoted really rapidly in order to host the festival, on which Jumbly's was a core partner, in an online space. And I'll show you a result. You're going to hear me speaking in this video, so I'll turn it over to myself. Here you go.
Hi, I'm Shifra Cooper, and I have the honor of being the artistic producer for Maybell Arts Virtual Iftar Nights in 2020. And I'm going to give you a tour of the project now. Virtual Iftar Nights unfolded and now lives online, and you can access it anytime at www.virtualiftarnights.ca. Most years, Maybell Arts works with community leaders and professional artists to host Maybell Iftar Nights outside in Maybell Park in the heart of the Maybell neighborhood, and that looks something like this. Of course, this year gathering in the park wasn't an option, so instead we imagined a virtual gathering place where artists and community members together could imagine and remember Maybell Iftar Nights, enjoying music, art making, and good company along the way. And so, in the month of Ramadan, we shared new artworks online and over the phone to an audience of thousands daily. Together, through these new works, we told the story of a Maybell Iftar Night in 8 acts, each corresponding with an important phase in a typical Maybell Iftar Night, starting with the moment of arrival.
As I arrive in Maybell Park on a Thursday evening during Ramadan, I see banners being raised, flags strung from tree to tree, and lanterns resting, waiting to be lit.
Through the time of waiting, the time of gathering together.
At first, when people start gathering, it's kind of quiet. You hear the music in the background, but it's really peaceful.
Through a neighborhood procession as the sun gets lower in the sky. Through the sunset and the call to prayer. Through sharing food, and finally to circling together around the fire. Each of the 8 acts included the release of a new musical work created by Hussein John Mohammed through collaborations with community participants and recorded remotely by community singers and a team of professional musicians. And each musical piece was accompanied by an original illustration by Binafshe Arfanian, drawing on symbols and stories developed through pre-COVID in-person community workshops at the Aga Khan Museum.
Colors on the tablecloth.
Additionally, each act included a podcast created by Kristen Kong, narrated by Fatin Tubasi, and animated by Shadowland Theatre, sharing community stories.
The bonfire, oh my goodness, it's unbelievable, and I miss it a lot.
It's warm, you know, sitting together, haven't seen each other in a long time, telling stories of the past,
or the future. And every week, we invited collaborating musicians for a concert on Facebook Live in the hour leading up to sunset. Performers included Hussein Jan Mohammed, Waleed Abdul Hamid, Shaho Andalibi, Samita Joglekadar, and many more. Alongside the daily release of these finished pieces, our project partner, Jumbly Theatre and Arts, designed 8 interactive activities, each corresponding to one of the 8 acts. These were shared with over 150 participants throughout, facilitated over video call, individual phone call, and social media. The gallery page of our website displays glimpses of the many, many contributions created by members of the Maybell community and other participants from across the country and beyond.
Oh, I like that.
These contributions were shared as part of a culminating gallery opening event on Zoom, presenting the work of over 150 contributing participants to an audience of 100. These participatory activities are still live on our website today, where you can download our at-home activities or learn some of the music with Hussein.
Hello everybody and welcome to Virtual Iftar Nights. My name is Hussein Jan Mohammed. I, and along with a team of fabulous artists, community members, and community organizers, are delighted to invite you into our musical adventures.
Or try some of the recipes developed by the Maybell Ladies Cooking Circle with Joshna Maharaj, usually cooked over the fire at Maybell Iftar Nights. This online, month-long intercultural festival was created by a team of over 30 artists, collaborating at distance and from isolation to create, record, and showcase the work you see here today. And these are only the tiniest glimpses of all of the material that we created together. We would love to host you on the Virtual Iftar Nights website, where you can visit at any time at www.virtualiftarnights.ca and enjoy for yourself. Okay, it's the real me again. So there's so many things I could say about this project, and so much that I learned from taking part in it alongside incredible creators, artists, and community leaders. And I really do encourage you to take time to explore the website yourself if you're interested in seeing more of any of the clips that played there. But one of the most striking outcomes of this project for me was that despite not being able to meet in person, and as it happened to coincide with some of the strictest times of lockdown, many participating community members and artists reported experiencing significant community and social connection through these virtual activities, as you can see some examples of here. Community arts as a mode of art making combines social and artistic goals, and these weave through all of our workshops and events. And so in many ways, working in an online space where we're unable to physically be together once felt like an inherent contradiction to this work.
But taking part in the Virtual Iftar Nights project made me realize that these social goals and their impacts on community and their impacts on community and individual wellness weren't unattainable through online programming, if that online programming is approached with innovation, artistic curiosity, and flexibility. So we didn't stop doing it. I worked on the production end of Virtual Iftar Nights, but my own artistic practice is as a choral director, and I lead Jumbly's Choir, the Gather Round Singers, an intergenerational community choir made up of over 30 mixed ability, multi-aged singers from across Toronto and beyond. And for the past 10 years, we have existed within Jumbly's Theatre and so share their dedication to radical inclusivity and benefit from their experience in creating interdisciplinary work. And usually, as a choir, our work looks something like this. Choral music, hi, it's me. Choral music is among the more challenging forms to adapt online, as video calling platforms like Zoom are designed to reduce vocal overlap and they create latency that means that in-sync singing is impossible. But nonetheless, since April, the Gather Round Singers has been meeting weekly online to rehearse and perform, often live, new choral works designed or adapted by composers for this new context. Personally, I've loved choral singing my whole life in both its more experimental and more conventional forms, and I've always brought this love to my own work, while having always believed that bringing together community arts and choral singing requires an inherent flexibility and softening of our understanding of the boundaries of what choral music might be or could be. And this is something that I've always been creatively driven by, and in these times, I'm learning a lot more about how far that softening can go. Jumbly's has always been artistically curious about making artful things happen in unexpected and unconventional places, and really an online space is the most unexpected of all. But I'm very fortunate to work with a team of community engaged artists who have been immensely valuable collaborators in thinking through strategies to create inclusive, supportive, as well as socially and artistically satisfying online rehearsals for us every week. To make this transition, we've drawn on and expanded, two core pre-existing values in our choir. And the first of those is collaborating with composers and music creators who are interested in creating new works that engage meaningfully with the choir members, their abilities, stories, and contexts. In this case, and in this time where the context includes working online, we've sought out music creators who bring an interest, skill set, and curiosity for composing on Zoom. And I'll show you, oh, I have to change my share. Okay, this is going to be an experiment. Hello. I'm going to do this video in a different platform. This is an example of a piece we're currently working on with a composer called Ari van de Ven that is exploring, this version you're going to see was called the Remote Choir Etudes, and it's exploring with the boundaries and possibilities of latency and lag and a lack of overlap in Zoom. I'll play you a little bit of this. You might jump a little. This is an in-progress performance from this summer, from the end of this summer, by the Gather Round Singers, with lyrics in ASL by Tamika Bullen. Oh.
Oh Lord.
We're going to start here. This is not the video I expected, but we'll enjoy it anyway. Oh, you know what? I'm so sorry. I shared the wrong thing, and I think it's worth correcting. So if you'll just give me a second, I will do that. I'll get the right thing. You can have a tiny stretch break while I just get us the right thing here. Interesting. Okay. I hope you're really enjoying your stretch break. Maybe you can sip your coffee. I really apologize. Just a second. Video. Here are the Remote Choir Etudes by Ari with apologies. Okay, just a second. Here are Remote Choir Etudes by Ari van de Ven from August 20th this summer. Okay, skip a little bit because I wasted a bunch of time there. It's not going to work. Okay, I'm going to, oh, no, there we go.
Welcome, welcome, welcome. We welcomed them all with bread, song, and a heart. Listen, listen, wait and see. Listen, wait and see. Listen, wait and see.
still with me after that, my technical mistake there. I was talking about two core values for our choir that have really supported us through this transition to online work. That's an example of working with a composer who's intentionally engaging with the voices, the people, the stories, and the context of the choir at this time. So engaging with the challenges of latency and lag in Zoom. The second and final core value I'd like to highlight is working across disciplines. As choral singing is a challenging fit for Zoom, we have, even more than usual, brought in artists from other disciplines as guest facilitators to lead creative explorations that relate to our repertoire thematically or musically. And this has resulted, you saw a little bit of that in my opening video, actually, a lot of work with choreographers and dancers. And this has resulted in the creation of new compositions in this time that are inherently interdisciplinary, for example, incorporating choreography, visual elements, or ASL lyrics. And I'm going to show you an example of that, and I do have the right video for it. This is a video that was created through a collaboration with Algoma Trad, another arts organization located in Northern Ontario, and some of the singers from the choir. And I'll show you a little bit of it. Working interdisciplinarily. Okay, this is definitely the right video. Here we go. This is called The Whole Village.
Once upon a time,
It was really cold.
It was over 50 years ago.
Mom was sick.
Birthday. I was in Greenland on a trip to Canada's Wonderland.
I was packing all my equipment for a canoe trip.
Rat had to work for the cat who bossed him around.
I had just moved to Holland.
It was Sri Lanka, 2004.
I lived on and there was already smoke.
there was a girl called Topingi who lived in a village with a woman who treated her really badly, like a servant. One day, when Topingi had to go to school, the woman had to go into the woods all on her own to gather the firewood. She made such a big pile, though, that she didn't know how to carry it home.
Suddenly, a man in a black hat stepped from behind a tree. He offered to carry the wood in exchange for something he would ask for when they got to her home. She agreed. When they got there, he asked for the person who kept the cottage so tidy. And so, she said she'd send Topingi down to the well at noon the next day. "How will I know who she is?" he asked. And she thought and said, "I'll dress her all in white."
But Topingi had come home from school and she was listening at the door. And so she went to her 3 best friends and said, "Meet me at the well tomorrow at noon and wear something white."
My grandmother got stuck under a fence in the snow.
Was anyone misbehaving?
Out of nowhere, I had the biggest panic attack.
A woman down the hall with a walker couldn't get down the stairs.
And so, when the man in the black hat came down to the well the next day at noon, he saw one little girl dressed in white, and he said,
"Are you Topingi?"
"I'm Topingi."
But then another child stepped forward and said,
"I'm Topingi."
And another,
"I'm Topingi."
And 2 more.
"We're Topingi too."
And they danced around him singing,
"I'm Topingi."
"She's Topingi."
"They're Topingi."
"He's Topingi."
We're
Topingi too.
They knew by sight.
I might have something in my repair kit.
I cleaned the house for her. Can I please ride on your back to the finish line?
He carried my bike all the way to his home.
My dad was a new doctor.
The man was furious. He went back up the hill to the woman's cottage to complain to her. And this time the woman said, "Well, don't worry. I'll send her down to the well again tomorrow. And then you can take her. This time she'll be wearing yellow."
But Topingi was listening again. And this time she told her friends, and they told their friends. And when they came to the well, there was even more children there dressed in yellow, singing,
"I'm Topingi."
He's Topingi.
"They're Topingi."
He's Topingi.
We're
Topingi too.
I'm Topingy. I'm Topingy. There's Topingy. Here's Topingy. We're Topingy.
Man in the black hat gave her one more chance. This time, the woman said, I'll send her down to the well at noon. This time, she will be wearing red. That's how you'll know to recognize her. And then you can take her.
But Topingy was listening at the door again. And this time, she went and told her friends, and they told their friends, and they told their families, and their neighbors, and their teachers, and the people who ran the businesses in the village, and everyone who was there. And so this time, when he came down to the well, it seemed like the whole village was out there, all dressed in red.
We drove her home.
She lied for me.
He likes a tidy house.
He gave me free green tea mochi. My friend bought me an iced chai latte.
I was so happy at Pac-Man with their kid.
So the off let him win.
He disrupted his whole day to help me.
He helped many people during the tsunami.
We carried her down the stairs to safety.
I'm Topingy. He's Topingy. We're Topingy. Once upon a time there was
A village in Albania.
A town in Bulgaria.
A boat in Denmark.
Building in Berlin. A street in Holland.
A neighborhood in Nashville.
A hospital in Sri Lanka.
A home in Canada. A summer camp in Algoma.
Topingy's village.
where people stood forward.
And when you put on your red clothes and go down to the well in the hole, you can't know what's going to happen next. Sometimes it doesn't go so well, but sometimes it does.
Okay, and that featured many artists and performers, including music by Martin van de Ven, who you saw there. Okay, I'm going back to my presentation. It's going to work amazing. Okay. And so, through all of these adventures and explorations, I've learned that sometimes turning things on their head, as we've had to do lately, can be revealing of new approaches, considerations, or perspectives. For example, one young woman who sung for the choir for many years said to me the other day, in rehearsal, I always sit in the back row, so I only see the backs of people's heads, but I like on Zoom that I can see the faces of everyone I'm singing and performing with. Another choir member told me that she feels more confident and motivated to practice when she has her microphone off and is alone in her home. And this confidence comes through strikingly in the recordings that she shared for one of our digital projects with me. In these ways, sometimes working online has revealed the limitations of our previously established norms for choral singing in person, and I think often now about how, whenever we can safely be back together, we might incorporate these new learnings, which is not to gloss over any of the challenges of meeting online. I think I can speak for at least the majority of the choir when I say we all immensely miss singing together in sync, in harmony, and in rhythm. And a digital space, even though full of many possibilities that we've seen today, is also full of boundaries and obstacles for folks joining in, especially those in our community who are experiencing more precarious housing or financial insecurity, or who are living with disabilities that make access to technology more challenging. And so our team worked closely all summer with members of the choir community to bridge this gap, purchasing and delivering internet-enabled devices to choir members, and providing remote and in-person socially distant trainings and troubleshooting. We're very proud that through doing so, we were able to bring every member of the choir onto the video call to join in our multidisciplinary explorations, and we're fortunate to receive funding from several sources to do so, specifically from the Toronto Foundation. But the process has been a lot of work and has illustrated how immensely isolating it is to be without internet access at this time, and how much ongoing support is needed to overcome these barriers. But through these ongoing efforts, we have, like I said, managed to connect to all of our existing choir members so that they can join rehearsals over video call and take part. And we've also met new choir members along the way, ultimately growing our choir to at least over 40 voices every week, including some who might not have been able to join the choir previously due to living in different provinces or due to the length of commute to our downtown studio space. I never thought that I would look forward to choir online, but now I do. I found it for myself a socially connective and fulfilling space to inhabit once a week, somewhere that I look forward to being, especially when it feels most isolating to be alone in my home. I know from ongoing conversations and evaluations with the choir that I'm not the only one experiencing this, and that Zoom, with all its challenges, barriers, and flaws, some of which I've shown you very well today, we are meeting people we never reached before. We can see each other's faces, and we can sing in new and surprising ways. But I don't think online choir will replace the joy, impact, or connection of singing in person together. And as soon as we can all stand together and sing safely, we will. But perhaps we'll also meet online sometimes, at least occasionally, so that we can include artists and participants who may be housebound, working late hours, living across the country, living in other countries, or are otherwise unable to join us in person, or so that we can make art that engages with Zoom as a musical space unlike any that we've ever been in before. I'd just like to close today by inviting anyone who's listening to this talk, if you're interested in any of what I've spoken or shared today, if you perhaps miss singing with people, miss meeting new people, miss working with artists, or if you know someone who might, to join us on Zoom on Thursday evenings. As always, our choir is free and open to singers of all ages and musical experiences and levels. This year, our work is part of, and many of the works that you've seen glimpses of today are part of Jumbly's Theatre's Grounds for Goodness project, a Jumbly's project that's unfolding over several years with many people and places, including a tour this summer to the Ottawa Valley that happened a few months ago, creating a suite of new works on the theme of social goodness. And as you can see here, we have what I consider to be a truly incredible lineup of guest artists who will be joining us from across the country in creating new work designed specifically for Zoom, and designed as well to include and engage with anyone who wants to join in. And if you're listening to this, we would truly love to welcome you to join us. Even if you don't think you're a singer, please do come. As you can see, singing in a choir now includes a range of different entry points. And as well, Jumbly's offers a range of different free and inclusive programming options, including textile arts, movement, and other types of performance. So feel free to come join us or check out some of what we're doing. If you send an email to the email address here on the screen, we would love to hear from you. And that's what I have to say about working. Thank you so much for having me today and bearing with me and allowing me to re-enjoy and reflect on some of the work that has been made over the past few months. Thank you.
Thank you so much for joining us for our virtual wellness conference.
Thank you.
And so now we're going to take about a 10 to 15 minute break, and we're going to come back for our final presenter, who's going to be in studio with us, Sayla, on Best Boss Wellness Wins. We'll see you in about 15 minutes. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Virtual Wellness Conference. I'm happy to introduce our next speaker, Sayla, who's going to be talking to us about Best Boss Wellness Wins. So I'm just going to go ahead and pass it right over to Sayla.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Dorian, and thank you to everyone for joining in. What an awesome event. Congrats to Dorian and his team, and what a beautiful space here at Studio Dreamshare. Thank you to Cameron for hosting this event. I am so pleased to be here. Welcome, welcome, welcome. So, if you didn't know, it's 4 o'clock on a Saturday, all right? It's gorgeous outside. I really appreciate your time, and so I wanted to lead this session with a little bit of fun, because if anyone out there knows me at all, you know that even when I'm working, I'm always trying to have a good time. So, one of the people I love to have a great time with at work is Miss Cameron Montgomery. Come on to the stage. Hello. So, Cameron, thank you so much for helping me out. What we wanted to start with today was a really great analogy of how we can really work with the concept of work-life balance. This is a term that's been tossed around lots, right? How do we balance home life and work life so that we have the best outcomes, feeding ourselves and feeding the performance of our work? So, Cameron's going to do a fun activity with us now to help demonstrate how you can do this with a little bit of gadgetry. So, Cameron, we are going to pretend that you work for me, okay? So I am your boss, and I am a very good boss, okay? Just in case anybody didn't know. So the first thing I'm going to have you do, Cameron, is you have to play well with others, okay? So the first thing you need to have are some tools and some things and, you know, some teammates, right? So as you go through your workday, right, she's busy, right? She's bouncing balls, she's losing them. She's trying to figure it out. Okay, but come on, Cameron, keep trying, right? Like, okay, so, but don't forget you have a new home, right? So can you just juggle these two at the same time, okay? So you've got your new home, right? You got to buy new furniture. You have to figure out how to afford that. You have to get all those financials in order for your mortgage. Oh my gosh, I don't know if you're doing well there with your budgeting. Okay. All right, but don't forget, you know, you have to eat your fruits and vegetables. So if you didn't have enough money to buy them, you might have to go to the food bank or get help. But, you know, Cameron, like, you really have to do that. Like, make sure you're eating right? Like, don't forget about your diet. Oh, and then make sure you're cooking at home because it saves money, and you have to plan those meals, right? So here's your pans and your pots. Oh, but you know, can you answer those emails I sent you? Okay. Awesome. And I'm sorry, but your bank account is a little low because you had your furnace broke down. Can you just keep trying to balance that? Okay, yeah. And then the food, like, it's burning. Your food here is burning, Cameron. So, you know, at the end of the day. Oh, and after all of that, you have to clean and do all the laundry and do all the things. So can you hold on to that while you're dealing with this? And oh my gosh, did we know that winter's coming? So you're going to have to face the roads and the stress of that. So can you just, you know, you haven't actually touched work in a while, so can you figure that out?
Laundry has to go.
Yeah, laundry's putting off? No, but your kid just texted and said they wanted the best t-shirt for the dance.
Thank God I don't have kids.
And can you eat this, please? Because you really need vitamins. But you know what? Like, ultimately, you're probably going to have a relationship issue this year. You know, it came out at Thanksgiving dinner that you're really, you know, having troubles in your relationship. So can you just carry that? Okay, and then at the same time, you know, like a pandemic. Here. Okay. Thank you so much, Cameron. Okay. If you weren't laughing your butt off during that, that's the point. Okay, that's the point. Thank you so much, Cameron. Busy bee. So, if you didn't get my point, this is it. Work-life balance is a myth. Fake news, y'all. Work is life and life is work. When we go to work, we carry all of the obligations, pressures, stresses, things about life. We put them on like a backpack. We're trying to juggle The reality is that I just checked my bank account's not looking too good right before work. We're trying to juggle the fact that we're being told to eat better and save money and cook at home. You know, why aren't you making any time for that? And then we're told at work that we have to keep that all rocking while we deal with what's going on in our heads, what's happening in our bodies, what's happening in our external relationships. So really, like, ask yourself this. If you're really juggling all of these real life issues and then someone throws a pandemic at you to layer on top of it all, what are the chances that we are going to perform at our best at work? Right? This is not realistic. We have to understand as leaders that everyone around us is absolutely juggling all of these external expectations, relationships, home issues every day. Nobody's on the set of The Bachelor, y'all. There's no fantasy vacations. There's no helicopter rides into the sunset, okay? We're always juggling life while we sit at our desks, while we serve the customer, while we make the sale. Okay, we are always thinking about these things. And so as leaders, it's really critical to consider the whole person behind the performance in every case. You know, in my life, I've experienced being held to a very high standard in work. I was a performer. So my former employers always asked of me, keep that bar high, keep that bar high. And so when I had something personal to address, something going on in my life or a new personal goal of wellness or fitness or nutrition, I had to back off on the energy spend in one other area to focus on what was important in my life at the time. And if I slipped, you know, to 80% performance or 90% performance, I was held accountable to that, even though my life was not presenting an energy opportunity to really deliver at my work normal or what my boss was accustomed to. And so what we can do as leaders is recognize, even within yourself, you know that you take your personal stuff to work. And in fact, it's reciprocal. We take our work stuff home. Have you ever complained about your boss or your colleague to your spouse or your child or your partner? Absolutely, we do this. It's human, right? We've had a tough day. We come home, we bring it into the family dinner table conversation. But ultimately, that's the point I'm trying to flesh out for you, is that we bring work home. We have a society that kind of insists we have our work on our pocket in our cell phone, and that we're, you know, feeling even pressured to answer emails on the weekends and things like that. So people do tend to feel that managing that is like the work-life balance we're talking about, but ultimately, is that possible? Can we balance all things at all times if our leader only sees us as a performer at work and not a whole human? All right? So I have some really concrete suggestions for leaders in the room. And I must say that one of the biggest flaws that I see in the work world is shortening the term human resources. We call it HR, right? And what HR really does when we shrink it down, when we remove the word human from it, is that we see it as a system or a process or a policy that's enabling performance. And what we have the opportunity to see behind the human is absolutely every single asset, skill, ability, and barrier that they face, so that we can enable and motivate them to perform in a balanced way. So rather than balancing work and life, it's more about managing performance or balancing performance. Because if there's one thing I could say for sure, guys, is that I stopped benchmarking myself against pre-COVID Shayla months ago. That girl's gone. That benchmark of high performance before the pandemic is no longer an achievable state. And so I had to personally address How am I going to adopt my new normal and really focus on my wellness first, my body first, my energy, my emotions first, so that I can perform? Okay? So we already know this. I know I'm preaching to the choir. Y'all are at the virtual wellness conference, okay? But before I move on to something really concrete, some tips for you, is I want to talk a little bit about the realities of work expectations, right? So we have different businesses and different employers that are going to have different reasons why you need to show up and perform. And those business owners genuinely are facing a totally different environment right now. They're cash crunched, their revenues are short, the customer base is low. We're scrambling to pivot and be creative to really keep those momentums going and the staff paid, right? So there's a ton of pressure on owners right now. But what I want to suggest to leaders, owners, especially entrepreneurs with a small team, is that it's now time to reinvent your contingency plan, right? In normal days, we definitely had those backup staff members. Maybe we were cross-training to make sure that if someone was sick, they could be backfilled. But now this is more important than ever, that we create a system, a network of supports around each employee that will enable them to back off when they need to, right? And that we can make sure that that's not going to impede revenue, cash, sales, but ultimately, or service, but that ultimately we have this space to grant the employee some breathing room. Because I have done a ton of research working with the Ontario Living Wage Network that absolutely proves that when employees are well, focused, feeling secure in their finances and at home, they do way better at work. Okay, they're retained, they feel like they can perform well, they feel like they can meet your expectations when things at home are moving into thrive and out of survive. You know, there's a stark reality in Renfrew County that the minimum wage is $14 an hour, and that the living wage, or what's absolutely required for someone to earn to not decide between prescriptions for their kids and the field trip at school, is $17.50 an hour. 2 full-time earners with 1 car and 2.5 kids, which is the Renfrew County norm. If you're not each making $17.50 an hour full-time, you're making decisions like that, choosing between putting gas in the car and replacing your furnace, going on a field trip or buying nutritious food. These are decisions that no employee should have to face, but the reality is that our society and the things around us kind of predict that it's going to happen. So I'm not preaching to the choir here about what employers should do about their wages, but I want you to consider that if the wage is not possible for you to commit to, that we have a number of other ways that we can engage the whole person in their performance. All right? So I want to leave you with something super concrete today, and we're going to start talking about that. So one of the really interesting things when I do my research about employees and what kind of, things they value, I see 3 things emerging always in the same order of what employees prefer to be recognized or to be rewarded with. Okay, so the number one thing that all employees prefer over all others is recognition, right? That praise. That moment where your boss stops and says, wow, excellent job. I got a great customer review from you, about you. Those moments, the recognition, the employee of the month, the taking them out for lunch, the sitting them down and saying something really genuinely impactful about some detail of their service capacity. Recognition is the number one currency for all employees. Did you hear that? Recognition is the number one currency for all employees. So if we're holding back on demonstrating our value that we see for our employees, we're not feeding their number one fuel, which is recognition, okay? And when I say recognition, I don't mean empty praise. I'm talking about genuinely noticing when they're doing something awesome. My mom, who's a swim coach for the Petawawa Predators, she would say, catch them doing something good, right? Because in this coaching world, we're always correcting swimmers. We're always correcting. This could be better, this could be better. But when we actually see an athlete performing a skill perfectly, we want to catch them doing that perfectly because they're motivated to continue and to perform again in that same way. The second biggest currency for all employees is flexibility. And, you know, I can't help but note, I attended an Ontario Chamber of Commerce webinar recently about the She session, where women are facing the brunt of the pandemic more so than our male counterparts. And this is because of some of the traditional roles that women are required to fill. I don't really think I need to explain it to you, but like Cameron demonstrated here, women of the world now are juggling so many things. Before the kids were able to go back to school, the food, the pandemic. You know, I watched so many of my friends have babies and have to do that all in isolation. So when we talk about flexibility, this really can impact the recovery of women in work. And, you know, I actually took the chance to pose a question to Minister Lecce in that webinar, and I posed questions about why there are no incentives for place-based daycare. You know, if I was a single mom and I was a nurse, I would really appreciate to be able to drop off my youngster at a place-based employer-funded daycare where I could visit him, check in, and not have to worry about childcare between 5 and 7 a.m. before they open. So all of those ideas really lend to this concept of flexibility. And as we move into a remote work environment where the culture of work is totally rapidly changing, we have a huge opportunity to engage in flexibility. You know, I'm so impressed with so many of the businesses that I support and clients that I work with in my private practice, because what I see is that they're talking about deliverables more than they're talking about punching the clock. You know, rather than checking in at 8:01 and making sure that employee is logged in at 8:01, they're actually checking in more on the deliverable. What are you expected to perform within this week? What do we need for the business today? And whether we produce that at 6 a.m., 12 p.m., or 11 at night while watching Netflix in the background, this is something where we have an opportunity to lend some flexibility to our employees. The third currency is sort of the obvious one, which is money, right? Because money can buy you access. It can give you privileges that you didn't have before. And so money and promotion and benefits, or things that act like money, like benefits, time off, paid vacation, these kinds of things are sort of the third most important thing to employees. And so when we look at that, it's actually not very expensive to motivate people. Praise is free. Singling someone out and recognizing their skill, or having a customer, sharing a customer feedback review with your staff, super free. Okay? So we have all of these options to really innovate our thinking as bosses and leaders on how we can enable flexibility and praise or gratitude for the worker, value for the worker, how we can organize those in different ways, especially now that we're not all huddling every day in the same place necessarily. So we have to be creative as bosses to find those free solutions to really building out the value that's held for the employee. You know, and this kind of leads me to my final point around these three issues, is that, you know, when I talked about human resources and that we've kind of dropped the human off from those perspectives, well, my work in leadership training really focuses on this concept called human-centric leadership, where we actually look at the whole person from all perspectives in order to enable the performance, right? So it's not just, do you understand the expectations? Are you trained? Are you here? It's what else is going on in your life that might be impacting my expectation level for you, right? So this is that human resource, you know, topic or point that I was trying to make is reinforced and backed up when we look at how we call companies organizations or the corporation, or we dehumanize the structure of the company by labeling it the company responded, or the company said this, or the company did this. Have you ever seen that in the news? There would be like a challenging PR story about a corporate response. Maybe recently you followed that in Black Lives Matters or any other sort of PR nightmare that have been hitting the chains lately. It's always referred, these decisions are always referred to as the company chose, the company responded, this organization did that. But who runs organizations? Who really makes the decisions? It's people, y'all. It's humans, right? So if we aren't focused on humanizing our leadership, humanizing our business model, we won't have systemic change in our society. We won't have this understanding that an organization is not an organization without people. You know, I kind of arrived at this clarity recently. I've incorporated a new business. And as I was signing the documents, I thought, this is a human. I'm a human. In order to solidify this agreement with the federal government to open my business, a human must sign on this dotted line. And so I must take full responsibility for the actions that occur within my corporation. I'm the human on the dotted line. And so that's what I truly feel is the opportunity for leaders, owners, bosses, is that you in your title, in your role, or whether or not you're the director on a set of articles of incorporation, you have a duty and a responsibility to see the human first, because that's absolutely what we would expect. Okay? So there's the hard truth. Are you ready to get the real fun stuff now? So here's my practical tool. So I always love to go into something really useful at the end of my presentation so that everybody has one concrete action that they could start enabling tomorrow, later today, okay? So my favorite topic around wellness centers on that first piece, which is about recognition, okay? Demonstrating the value you hold for your employee. So one of the best ways to do this is actually when we want to do the opposite, which is to correct performance. So I always I'm a disruptive leadership strategist. So when we look at things in my firm and the way my brain works, is that I like to flip things up on their back and look underneath, like a turtle on its back. You know, you got to look under the belly and let the legs squirm a bit before you can figure out what's really needed to right side the turtle, okay? So when I look at feedback, okay, so let's say you have an employee that is falling short of a standard of expectation in your business. Something's slipping, okay? We're noticing, all right? So what we often go to instinctively is to correct this, right? We're just like, oh, you failed. You know, this sucked, or this was terrible, or, you know, room for improvement. Or maybe we even might get really creative and start doing that sandwich approach where it's good feedback, need to work on, good feedback, right? What's flawed about this process of constantly correcting and pointing out the deficiency is that over time, if this is all we're paying attention to, this might be the only message that the employee is getting, that you're falling short all the time. Or I'm only noticing when you fall short and I can't stop to look when you're killing it, when you're nailing it, all right? So when I deliver feedback, this is where I really concentrate on how to demonstrate the value I hold for the employee and also the performance in the business so I can keep paying them a salary and we both win, right? So we're balancing those two things. So the way I work this is super simple. So let's say someone's falling short at work, all right? The first thing we want to ask that employee is, do you understand the expectations? Okay, simple as that. Are you aware of our quality customer service standard? Are you aware of exactly how you need to stack these plates to fit it in the dishwasher? Are you aware of how we speak to people and answer the phone in this clinic? Okay? So we ask something really specific that's going to probe into your expectations for the standard of the quality. Okay? So that's the first thing. But disclaimer, I want you guys to invest some time before you set expectations and standards to validate them. All right? Personal story coming at you. When I was a youngster, my dad, even when he was a youngster, he loved to get up early. His body was wired this way. All right? He was that kid like driving his little trucks on the streets of Deep River at 4 a.m, you know, waking everybody up. So he carried this preference right through his life, even to today, you know, when our best work together is usually done around 8 a.m, okay? So this is his normal. And when I was a teenager, just like any young person being attempted to being parented, my dad always commented on my sleeping in. Anyone else ever been there? Hell yes. Okay. So he might not have been vacuuming up against my bedroom door to wake me up or anything, but definitely as I was growing up, I kind of felt like I was falling short because I slept in. Right? I love that. I still love doing it. Tomorrow, 2 p.m., I might roll out of bed. Okay? I love sleeping in once in a while. But now, what I think about when I think about that expectation that my dad had, I thought about my performance as a young teenager. And I don't know if you knew this, but I was involved in some stuff in high school. I was like public speaking and, you know, on the student trustee, and I was doing all sorts of stuff, and I worked a couple jobs too. And so I was really performing. I was doing pretty good. I had some good grades, and I felt pretty confident about my accomplishments in my life at that point. And so what I'm trying to display here is that his expectation was early bird gets the worm, but it was invalid for me and my way of living and performing. So there are expectations in work that are reinforced by the business model. So like if you're leading a team of estheticians, right? Appointments are happening. If you're not showing up on time, we're missing the client service opportunity, right? So that's a hard parameter. In order to conduct an aesthetics business, you need appointments and you need staff that are going to show up on time for those appointments, right? And prepared and ready to work and looking great and smelling great and all of those things, right? So this is validated by the business model. What we do not want to impose on a worker to really honor that flexibility and the expression of value for them is an expectation that's based in our own preferences or whims. You know, like, oh no, I'll never forget when I got a job at this business. Oh my goodness, I got the chance to set up my very first desk. I was like, here, this will be here, the phone here, the pens here, the Post-its here. And the general manager of the company came into my office, and it was like day 3 on the job, and he goes, "Oh, we don't put the phone here. We don't put the books here on the desk. We put them here." And I said, "Oh?" I said, "Why?" And he says, "Because that's the way we do things around here." Okay? This was a crushing moment for me because I was so excited for my very first desk and to get it all decorated and have it look beautiful. And then he said, "You know what? I don't like how this looks. Do it again." Right? And so this is an invalid expectation. It's a parameter that's based on his preferences as an individual, his opinion. Right? It's not validated by the business model. It's not validated by the space requirements or by the job. Okay? But what I want you to also challenge yourselves on, best bosses, is that even though the business model might insist on an expectation, have you flipped that business model on its back, right? I worked with some pretty cool people in manufacturing a couple years ago, and you know what they were telling me? Is that they couldn't staff the 12-hour shifts. Nobody wants to work a 12-hour shift. It's too hard, it's too long, it's time on your feet. It's you know, can't motivate the millennials. Oh, that's my favorite complaint, right? But what wasn't said is that there was a manufacturer in the room who went from 2 12-hour shifts to 3 8-hour shifts. They changed the business model to reflect a better work-life balance for their people. Okay? So they flipped that business model upside down, made room in the budget, figured out how to afford it, the extra crew, and they made it happen, and they never struggle with recruitment and retention. Never. Okay? So, first step, probe for expectations. But please validate your expectation before you insist on it. All right? So, check in. Do you know what's expected of you? Do you know the quality standard of this company? Okay, so from there we have a yes or a no, right? It's gonna be super clear, yes or no. So, or maybe it's partial. If it's partial, it's still a no. All right, so if it's a no, we are going to train that person, mentor that person to close the gap. Okay, make sure we provide the clarity of the expectations, the detail, the documents, the policies, the buddy at work that you might need to be able to really inform that person on the nuances of your expectation. Okay, so the training. If it's a no, it's a training. Okay, if it's yes, the next question you would ask is, what's holding you back? Why aren't we meeting this expectation, right? And if we have spent the time investing in the trust, investing in the culture safety in the workplace, the vulnerability, then the worker's gonna tell us what's going on, right? I will never forget, I had a leader ask me that question. I noticed you're slipping in this way. What's going on? That's not like you. And that's exactly what was going on. Something in my personal life was totally derailing my mindset and my approach to my work. I was losing sleep. I wasn't eating right, staying up too late because I couldn't sleep. All of those things were impacting my work performance. But my boss didn't say, suck it up, buttercup. He said, I understand we all go through difficult things. What can I help you with? Is there something that I can do? Right? So he brought in another team member to support and proofread my stuff to make sure that everything was clear and that what the message I was trying to deliver in my work was accurate, right? So we teamed up, we supported me. He supported me in his decision making to ensure that I had been seen. I had been seen as a whole human, okay? So, do you understand the expectations, yes or no? If it's no, train them, connect them with people who can help, okay? Figure out a resource to create the education and understanding that they need about the role and the expectations. And please, 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 validate your expectations with reasons why, the most important reasons why. If it's a yes, then probe into, is there something that we can do? What's going on? Why are we not meeting this standard? Are you tired? What's going on? How can I help? All right? But the third and most important step, everybody, is to tell them you believe them they can do it. I believe you can do this, right? Because as leaders, when we send signals to people that we don't trust them or that we don't believe in them fully, guess what? Self-fulfilling prophecy. They start to feel poorly about their own performances all the time, that they'll never satisfy you. And I have been there too. One of my sort of worst boss fails in my life was really early in my career. And I had what you would call a tyrant of a boss. And he would call me in the middle of the night. He would insist on 24/7 access to me on a salaried position. And every single moment was, you're failing, you're failing, you're failing. Okay? Truth statement. Okay? I wasn't failing. I was just not meeting his opinionated, preference-based expectations. And so as I went on, I deflated. I became someone I wasn't able to recognize, and ultimately I exited that organization in almost a full depression, because it made me to feel like no matter what, I would never really meet his satisfaction. Never, ever, right? And then that started to chip away at my self-confidence, my self-worth, and ultimately I did start failing in the job. So much so that I exited, right? Involuntarily. So I think it's really important that we think about the fact that if you have hired someone If you are a boss, you have had the great privilege of hand selecting a team member, guess what? If you pick the wrong person, that's on you, not them. Bingo, bingo, right? So if we demonstrate to our employees and our people that we don't trust them and that we're always micromanaging, always watching, always checking in, it sends the signal that you failed in your selection, that you didn't do a good enough job figuring out if they were the right person. That's what I see when I see micromanagement. I see imposter syndrome in the boss. I don't see failure in the person. Okay? So I want you to rethink that frame. So when we are seeing performance slippage, there is an opportunity to contribute to motivation while we correct. Okay? Do you know the standard? Yes or no? Educate if it's a no. Ask why if it's a yes. Dive into trust and relationship building so that you get the truth when you ask those things and they really feel like you're going to support them and back them, because you do over and over and consistently. And then you tell them, I know you can do this. I hired you because I believe in you. You've done this before. I believe you can do this again, right? Tell me what I can do to support you in achieving that again, right? That is a way different message than you screwed that up, okay? So that leads me to my third and final point. One of my favorite leadership books of all time was recently written. Okay, not of all time. My favorite book of all time is 7 Habits of Highly Effective People by Stephen R. Covey. If you haven't read that puppy, go ahead. Okay, go ahead, pick it up, read one habit at a time and try to master them, because this is how I have led my entire life following this book. Thank you, Dad. Okay, he definitely wasn't always criticizing, empowering too. All right, but the next lesson I want to talk to you about right now is hidden in another book called The Culture Code by Dan Coyle. And actually, this book echoes the teachings of my mother. So I've always sort of prided myself on the fact that I had sort of like a very right brain dad and a very left brain mom, like really socially minded, volunteer, community driven, heart of gold, early childhood educator mom. And then I had this like super engineering mind, mathematical, logic mind in my dad. Okay. And so they were sort of my yin and yang in mentorship. And when I look to my mom's skills and traits that I now introduce into my leadership practices, it always lands on vulnerability. Okay? So my mom is my teacher on vulnerability. She is the one that has explained to me through her example and her actions that vulnerability is not a weakness. You know, go Brené Brown. Vulnerability is a strength because it requires courage to be honest and accountable to any situation, okay? Whether that's a shortcoming or a feeling or a relationship deficit. We have to be understanding that vulnerability is an expression of courage and strength. And so this book called The Culture Code talks about this golden rule, the one thing that leaders can say to create culture safety in the workplace. And guess what? It's I screwed that up. That's the safety word. Why, you ask, is that so powerful for the leader to say? Because if I am the leader and I am willing to recognize my humanness, my imperfections, my failures, my mistakes, my need to improve, if I can recognize them openly to you as my direct report, you're going to be able to do that with me. You're going to be able to come to me when you're not feeling great, when you're not able to perform, when you have had those challenging moments at home and need a bit of space, a little more room, you know? And it also makes it easier to acknowledge mistakes. You know, I messed that up, boss. And the reason why this safety occurs is because there's a mutual understanding that we're human. And that we're designed with flaws, and that we're designed to fail. We're designed to detect threat in an uncertain time, okay? So we are expressing our human limitations, conditions, and opportunities with that I screwed that up statement as a leader. So, you know, when I think about my mom and the teachings that she had for me as a young woman, she told me about the mistakes she made. She told me about the relationships she shouldn't have had that she did have. She told me about budgeting and money challenges, you know, in her young life and correcting those things because she was able to recognize the deficits, right? And through that, I was able to come to her in any moment of need, in any moment of really screwing that up, and I knew that she would take me, you know, unconditionally. And I recognize I'm talking about a parent relationship here and that the expectation is unconditional love. But when I screwed something up really big in high school, she'd probably love to tell this story right now of when I was just a little bit and needed an extra ride, okay? She found me, I phoned from a payphone, it was absolute rescue mode, I was totally out of it, and she just picked me up off the sidewalk and put me in the truck and drove me home in silence. And she gave me a glass of water and put me to bed, and later that next day in the afternoon, we sat down and had a chat. And at no time did she freak out, blame, condemn, made me to feel small or unworthy because of my mistake. She embraced it. And she knew that I was able to call her and ask for help because I knew she was going to react in that way. I could trust it. I could trust that she would react in that way. And when she sat me down on the couch and told me that I already knew the consequences that I had created for myself and that I already felt the bad feelings and I already felt the gut rot, she knew I was already aware of the consequences. And she said, I know you won't forget this. And I believe that you're going to make a better decision next time. I already have faith. Right? And that's what she told me. And damn, yep, that's exactly what I did. I made some better decisions because I knew that I wasn't going to face the heat.
So we do have some audience questions.
Oh, awesome. Oh, I love the live questions. So I screwed that up. Power statement. All right, let's hear the first question.
Okay. And by the way, if anybody has any other questions, make sure to put it in the comment box, whether you're watching on Twitch, Periscope, YouTube, or Facebook. Make sure that you just put your questions in the comments, and Gabriel in our tech booth will relay them over to me. The first question is, during COVID, it's hard to know where to invest time. Any tips?
Where to invest time in COVID? Is that the question, Dorian?
Yes.
Okay. So that's very open-ended. Thank you so much for posing that question. First of all, let's recognize that humans, the brain, the threat detector part of the brain, absolutely hates uncertainty. Okay? When we're not sure what lies ahead and we can't predict what's going to happen next week, you can't predict whether your kid's going to go to school next week or whether you're going to be in lockdown or whether we're going to be, let's just go martial law. Okay? We also don't know what's going to happen on November 1st. All of those things are around us, this uncertainty. The brain is detecting this as threat, like mountain lion chasing you down level kind of threat. So uncertainty is I think, at the base of your question, right? Where do I spend time? I've got this, 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 right? So rather than answering this question from a task perspective, I'm going to ask you to go to a mindset perspective. All right. So do you remember earlier when I was talking about like not benchmarking myself against former pre-COVID version of me? That's a mindset activity that I had to engage in. And I'd had to spend some time doing that to actually give myself the grace and the compassion that I need to be able to kind of forgive this like deficit in my work or in my wanting to get out of bed one day. All of those things that kind of make us to feel like less than or judge ourselves or kind of be our worst critic. My advice to you is to take some time being your best friend. You know, take some time to talk to yourself like you would the person you love the most in your life. You know, and I think sometimes we rely so much on the external validation from others, kids, spouses, partners, business partners, whatever. But I want you to spend the first moment of every day and the last moment of every day feeding your own self-compassion. Go in grace, you know, like Biggie said, right? All the ladies in the place with style and grace, right? We have to commit to going in grace in uncertain times because having high expectations of yourself or pre-self benchmarking, futile, okay? Self-punishing. So I want you to, instead of picking tasks, focus on your self-compassion and go with it when you feel you can. And if you go day after day after day feeling like you can't, that's when you need to reach out for help, mental health moment, right? So if spinning plates is your reality, I want you to stop the plates and mindset moment for yourself, compassion, grace. That's the first thing, okay? So what should you spend your time doing? Flipping your brain out of your normal into your current, right? So I know Jane Wood was here earlier with Dr. Allen. I want you guys to think about mindfulness, right? This idea of being super present, like I'm feeling the firm floor underneath me. I'm feeling the warmth of the studio lights. I'm looking right into this lens to try and connect with you right now. This is just me. This is my 12-foot square footage right now, okay? This is all that matters, is right here, right now, and exactly how I feel. And we have an expectation right now that this session will go till 5 o'clock. But before I walked in here, I said I'll end it when I feel like I need to, right? That's what I'm talking about. All right, so I hope that helped. Is there another question?
Yes. Can you give us some tips for engaging with employees in a remote environment going forward?
Oh, I love this question. I had an awesome brainstorming session with a bunch of people to kind of find out what they're doing. So one of the cool things that came out that I'll share with you, so these are not all my ideas, but this one is, and it's the idea of, okay, in a big organization, we might have, no chance to meet or see the person in another department. Okay, let's say they're kind of blind to us. We might know their name in the org chart and we email them for services and stuff, but we never actually went face to face. So what you can do is you can shuffle the deck and connect people. We call this cross-pollination, or interdepartmental. So you would kind of take, Jane from accounting and Susie from maintenance, and you get them connected in a buddy, right? So a buddy meeting. So you go, okay, all you have to do is talk about 3 questions. Who am I? What do I do? How does my job fit into your job in the process map of the organization, right? So if I'm in maintenance and I have to clean the floors before the office workers arrive, that enables, right? So we're finding the alignment of what we're doing together in our own respective departments. And then we also kind of start to develop these relationships that aren't with the normal crew, like the normal pod mates or people that are in your direct vicinity. So that's maybe a large organization example. But think about the small biz. So I work mostly with small businesses, 10 employees or less. And if you're in a remote work culture environment right now, there's definitely some research to suggest that workplace culture is just it's just dying, right? So one of the exercises I recommend for small teams is actually to revisit your values. Or maybe create them for the first time. So if you've never done this exercise before, you can always just pop onto my page and ask me for some specific questions at With Shayla Inc. on Facebook or Instagram. Ask me a specific question. But ultimately, what we want to do is say, okay, what are we ride and die by? Honesty, integrity, respect, whatever, okay? Algonquin College, learning, caring, respect, all those kinds of ideas, right? So we're thinking about what is it that we truly care about and that we never waver on in our organization, the values that we live and die by, okay? So lay those out, and then if you already had them, awesome. If you didn't, lay them out. Do an exercise together online that says, who do we stand for? What do we stand for, okay? Then you're going to shift that over to another little meeting or a huddle where you're going to say, and why? Why do we care? What's the bigger purpose behind the organization, right? So let's say you're an interior designer. You're picking pillows and rugs and paint colors and designing a room. Maybe you're doing renovations, but why do you do that? You do that so that people can find peace in their home and absolutely love it and invest in their wealth creation, right? That's big purpose stuff. That's nobility, y'all, okay? So when we can ask our teams to go way up to go way up about why we're here, we can bring the day-to-day right back to that all the time, right? So when we're having meetings or we're getting together online, Zoom calls, whatever, Teams, and you're sitting there together, you can develop a mantra, or you can develop something that you say or you reinforce in every meeting that reminds everybody on the team why we're doing this and why I asked you to show up today and why the community needs you, right? Because this purpose-driven work is always going to be easier to grab and more motivating than just do it, right? Just get it done, okay? So why and the values, use those two tools to remind people. Okay, short story to emphasize this. So when the Kennedy Space Center was being built, created, developed, the president walked through the Space Center and he was introduced to, the astronauts, the engineers, the leaders, the people, in the boardroom, okay? And as they were talking, with pleasantries and that, the president was exiting. And on his way out, he met up with the man who was mopping the floors. He intercepted him. And the man mopping the floors raised his eyes, and the president looked at him and he said, "Young man, do you know why you're here?" And the guy mopping the floors said, "Yes, sir, to put a man on the moon." And even the guy sweeping the floors knew the mission. They were mission aligned, purpose aligned, and even could repeat it as simply as that to the President of the United States. Okay? So if your people can't spit your vision, spit your purpose, understand your mission, it means you're not mission aligned. And mission aligned teams do way better every single time and can survive pinches, crunches, and pressure way better than any other team. So that's a small one. You can also do that in big organizations, but I recommend that one in smaller teams for sure, especially if you're in like a department. That really, really works. Okay, awesome. Any more?
I might ask, before I move on to the others, I might just ask a question of my own.
Sure, Dorian.
As Deepers Productions gets off the ground, it's had a major roadblock this year, being in the events world, but how would you recommend, as a starting company, how would you recommend fostering like a good environment for the team that I'm trying to build?
Startups in a pandemic, Dorian. All right, so Dorian's in a development stage. I'm getting that. And that you're trying to onboard.
Well, once we get back into the events world, yes, again.
Okay, so you're not thinking about onboarding right now, but you want to prepare for that?
Sure. Yeah, so on about March 10th, we onboarded some people, and then COVID set everything off, set everything down, and then now they're not onboarded anymore.
Okay,
but,
yeah. That's fair. Okay, I'm picking up what you're putting down here. Okay, so first thing is that you got lucky in that they were only with you for a couple of days. So there wasn't this reliance on the income yet or whatever. But the challenge is that those people might have exited other work to join you, and that might even be more painful, right? So what I want to suggest is that, backed in my previous answer is the reality that rationalizing something and making someone to understand why you need to make those decisions is the first thing, right? Because, unfortunately, I've heard some pretty sad stories about people just getting laid off with a piece of paper, and just not welcomed back, and a human never delivered that information to them. I've seen that extreme. And then I've seen what the opportunity is, which, Dorian, you definitely have the skills to do this, is to, sit them down like a human and tell them that you don't want to make this decision, that it's just the reality and that there's no way to survive otherwise. And when you express things like that, it's really the rationalization that becomes so clear, right? So when you're thinking about these things, Dorian, it's about recognizing that you are not choosing to hold on to your millions while you lay people off, right? You're going broke while they're going broke. Like, we're in this together, people, right? So that first thing, that's the most important thing. But what we can do, and what I was just like, one of my clients like just blew me out of the water with her response to the pandemic, was that she just expressed a firm commitment to every single person on her team that she would rehire them. She just said, we're going to stay in touch. We're going to keep drinking wine on Zoom or getting ready parties or whatever was needed to stay in touch with them and nurture the relationship regardless of the payroll exchange. Okay? Committing to the rehire. I'm going to do whatever I can to rebuild this business so we can be coming together again. And in that period of time, I am not going to let you go. And in fact, this amazing client of mine introduced professional development opportunities, learnings, free webinars, pushing forward learning opportunities while the workers were laid off. Okay? So she was able to find a little bit of money to support some courses and things like that, found some free stuff, but dedicated some of her time to knowing their training needs and responding to them while they were laid off. So that when they came back, they weren't just already knowing they were coming back to get that salary back, to get that work culture back, but that they also were better when they returned, more educated, more informed. All right? So that's something that you could try. And I think with your hires, even just the connection, the nurturing, staying in touch, getting ideas, building the business together while you're off. You know?
Well, there were no real full-time. It was all like part-time, you know.
Yeah.
Like casual whenever they're coming into like actual events.
Yeah.
Anyways.
And that's great.
So-
And you know what? Those people are just as valuable, right? So we still want to give that nurturing, right? You still want to give that nurturing. And, you know, everybody's going to express nurturing in their own way, right? Like I was kind of like, you know, let's have Zoom dates or whatever, but you could just be posting or sending them little memes and funny things or whatever it is, right? So it's anything to just demonstrate you're not forgotten, you're still valued, and even though you might have been casual, event-based, booking-based, subcontractor-based only, that I really, really value your relationship and I recognize your talents. We just can't connect right now because of the revenue. That's all. Okay?
Awesome. And do you want some more questions or?
Yeah, if you guys are down, I'm down.
Okay. As an A-type boss, how do you come to terms with lower productivity in the new normal?
Ooh, that's a really good question. I feel that right in the gut. So when I'm going to make some assumptions about A-type, but what I think you mean is, you know, we might replace that with perfectionist or really, really high standards that you sort of commit to for yourself, and your own sort of dedication to the quality standard that we talked about, right? Probing for the expectation. So that's what I'm going to assume here for the answer response. And you know what? I'm an A. I'm definitely an A. And I work with a lot of A's. You know, we tend to be owners. That's the thing, right? Because the energy spend and the ability to do stuff actually creates this founder mentality, creates the founder grind, you know, level, the owner grind level. So first of all, I don't want you to feel like that's a shortcoming, okay? It's probably been the chief tool that you've used to build the business so much so that you can hire people, okay? So let's recognize the strength in that. But what I want you to also recognize is that leveraging diversity is the secret sauce. And I don't mean skin color diversity. That's an awesome thing. But I want you to think about methodology, diversity in methodology, diversity in the way we approach things, the way that we do things. So if we are hiring people in our teams that are clones of us, we're only going to be really good in certain slices of the pie of work. We're always going to have deficits in the other ways of thinking, doing, acting, and performing. So if we are hiring people to fill the slices of the work pie that we don't connect with or that we're not able to do at the same time as owning, leading, marketing, whatever your chief responsibilities are as the owner, then guess what? You need to let those people do that job, okay? And you need to let those people do the job the way they want to do it, okay? So if it's methodology that you're talking about in performance, let's go back to my first lesson about validating your expectations. And you know what? Mr. or Mrs. A, I get you. Okay, I know that personal preference can feel like a really strong, valid parameter. I know this, okay? But this is a moment for you to kind of assess and really look within and question your expectations deeply, okay? So there's a difference between decorating a cupcake that's swirled this way versus dotted with the icing and burning the cupcake, okay? So the way we decorate the cupcake is like method, and burning the cupcake would be like a performance standard, okay? So we can't sell a burnt cupcake, but we can definitely sell one that looks like an 8-year-old decorated it and say that my child decorated it, whatever we want to do, right? So it's method versus real breakdown. So that's what I want you to look at first, after you look at yourself and validate your parameters. But then look at, is it preference, right? Is it that the towel needs to be rolled instead of 3-folded, right? Okay. Is it that? Or is it that the towels aren't getting washed and clients have no towels? Okay. So if that's what it is, okay, if it's this one, the roll versus the fold, validate your parameter, double check, make sure you actually want them to stick to that really so much so that they might leave over it. Okay. Ask that question. And if it's no, if it's about burnt cupcakes or no laundry done, then I want you to go through that feedback cycle that I taught you, right? Do you understand that cupcakes can't be burnt, that we can't sell cupcakes that are burnt? Oh yes, I do. Okay, so what is happening? Is there something that I can do to help you control the oven, whatever the materials? Is there something happening? Did we get a bad stock of grease? Is the oven needing repair? Right? We look into that. What are the tools that I've provided as the employer around you? Are they good enough? Right? And have the words that I have said. So I'm talking about physical tools, the oven, the pans, the grease, the flour, the cake mix, whatever it is that you're using, okay, around you. If you are controlling those and you know you've given every possible resource to that worker, okay, then I want you to look at yourself again. All right? If we look at ourselves and what we do and say, we might discover that we are actually creating that performance slippage through our subtle reactions to them. Okay? So how do I say this without condemning some of my clients? No, it's a learning journey, okay? But what I want you to really understand is that there are subtleties in leadership that are not so subtle to the employee. That's kind of the best way as I would say it. I worked at this organization one time. They purchased a franchise, okay? They didn't own it before, they owned it after. And when they got there, the first thing they started to do was to do some tracking and measurement of the supplies, the inventory. It wasn't being done very robustly by the previous owner. So they started to embed this new process to make sure that they were expense tracking and keeping in control of the consumables in the business, okay, the expense categories. And what they discovered was that there was big gaps between inventory in and inventory out, which is always theft detection, right? This is loss. We call this loss, but there was something going on that suggested theft or loss, okay, in the numbers. And we're not talking about small numbers, we're talking about big numbers, okay? So what the leader chose to do was put in security cameras, okay? And what do we think happened to the metrics? They got worse because the employees saw the camera and went, I'm not trusted, okay? I'm being watched when the boss isn't here. And what that did is told everybody in the organization that you're not trustworthy, okay? I don't trust you. Instead of having a meeting and telling them what you've discovered and offering them, so this was a food service business and there was food being taken. And instead of assuming that it was theft because people were feeling entitled, which is where the leader assumed was the problem, we could have had a meeting to flesh out and understand, are you hungry? Right? First step, are you hungry? Are you broke and can't feed yourself? Right? Is that why you're taking food? Those kinds of alternatives really start to help you to understand why that thing was happening, right? But if we send the signal with security cameras that, yo, you're not trustworthy and you better watch because I'm policing you, right? That is going to send the signal they're not trustworthy. And then if anyone's ever worked in a kitchen, which I have, guess what happens? They figure out the blind spot of the camera and they eat and chug the milk in that dark space. They do it more and they do it anyway. And it becomes this game of not being caught, right? And so we never truly challenge the assumption when we do things like that. And ultimately, we created a worse situation with that choice, that person I was working with. So, this question is really hard to answer, A, but let me tell you, I work with a lot of A's, and I am one. And let me tell you, I'm going to be vulnerable here right now, but A, every time, this is blind, so we're being super honest here. Every time an A tells me that they have trouble managing performance of their people, it's an A issue. Truth, okay? Spilling the tea here, okay? But I had to develop in my own way to know how to balance expectations. I'll never forget my business coach early on told me, Shayla, there's not many other people that run at your pace. You need to have compassion, that you have an energy level in business that is not reflective of the normal, right? And so having compassion for other people in their performance categories and all of those things is paramount. But what I had to do is to become creative and really investigate the subtle signals that I was sending, that they weren't enough, and so they weren't. Okay? Is that it?
It is 5:06. If you would like to answer another question, you can. But
Are there more from the audience?
yeah, there's just
Hey
one
man,
more.
if you showed up, I'll answer them. Maybe I'll be a little quicker.
Okay. How do you set healthy boundaries with your clients?
Healthy boundaries with your clients. Okay, so I'm going to read into that a little bit. So I have a client that tells me this story sometimes about she gave her cell phone number out to her client. And when they break a nail or something happens, they're like, right? And they're texting her at midnight. So what I usually like to do is, boundaries, okay, I've been learning a lot about boundaries lately. So what I would like to tell you first of all that I learned is that boundaries, sometimes we see these as hard rules that we agree to in advance of a situation, okay? Many of you might see them that way. It's like, I've decided that I am never going to eat white carbohydrates. There's my boundary, okay? Made up one. But then I go to the restaurant and my favorite food is French fries. And I really want those French fries, right? So in that moment, I'm gonna bust my boundary. And what happens? I get the guilt, right? Because I preset the parameter before I was introduced into the situation. So then I feel guilt and I feel terrible that I ate those fries, okay? But what can be prevented here is treating boundaries more as a response to your current state, right? So if I walk into a room and I'm having a great time and it's a little bit of a party and everybody's chilling, and then somebody starts talking about a topic that I really am triggered by, I can assess right then and there. I can define the boundary right then and there. Am I okay to listen to this today? Do I need to move to the other room or do I need to leave? And I can just, sit there for a minute, inhale, exhale, and determine whether or not that boundary in this moment, what I want to do. And just do it. Just live the truth. Step into the power and make the decision. And you know what? 2 seconds later, you can be in a different state and come back into the situation and feel like, you know what? I'm brave enough. I can handle this conversation. I'm coming back, right? So what I want you to first of all see is that boundaries should be fluid based on your inner state in the moment, okay? So if you normally tolerate a client, giving the too much or calling too much, I'm not exactly sure the problem at hand here, but let's assume it's they're getting into your personal life, or they're calling you too much, or they're really bombarding you after work hours or whatever it is. But if you have tolerated that before, right? You're training, you're grooming the customer, the client, to expect that from you. Okay? So we can do things early on to set those parameters, but the challenge is juggling that with clients that you want to treat differently, right? So like I serve a ton of clients, and some of them I don't mind hearing from on the weekend because I know the way that their business runs, it makes sense that they be working on Sunday, okay? But then there's other clients that I don't tolerate that from because I know that's about their own convenience and they're pressuring in on my life to solve their own convenience-based problem. Okay? So what I want you to learn from this is that you groom people on how to treat you with what you've said yes to before and what you've said no to before. And that having the fluidity between clients and altering and changing is absolutely okay. That you don't need to have a policy on client boundaries. You can come in and out of this. So what I want you to do to be able to enable that of like some more of a membrane around your boundaries instead of a hard wall is I want you to really think about what is it that I'm willing to tolerate in this moment and that I'm allowed to have that membrane. I, as the owner, as the service provider, am allowed to decide when and where I work with clients, okay? So first of all, give yourself permission to have the fluidity, to have the membrane. And second of all, remember that what you did before is what they're gonna expect access to now. So if you know that that's the challenge, that you started off on the wrong foot and maybe you've realized as they crept in to your busy that you need to shut things down or back it up, again, have that same clarifying conversation that I trained you on earlier. Do you know the expectation of my private time? Yes or no? Okay, so no, you do know it, but you're not adhering to it. Tell me why. What's pressuring you in your life? What's disorganized in your life or whatever that's causing you to reach out to me when you know you shouldn't be? Okay, and then a conversation is really happening where you can understand that client's perspective about why they're encroaching on your life. And if it's because they're lonely and they need someone to talk to, well, that makes it a whole lot easier than I'm just entitled and need you now. Okay, so I hope that one helped. Awesome.
Okay. So
Yeah.
I'll just come into frame here.
Sure.
So that wraps up our, forgot my piece of paper over here. That wraps up our first day of our wellness conference.
Hey, that's awesome.
So I just wanted to get to the end of the day and just thank everybody who made day one possible. So we had all of our awesome presenters. We had Kyla, we had John, we had Bailey, we had Jackie, we had Jane, we had Cheryl, we had Sifra, and we had Sayla.
Woo!
Yeah.
What a lineup!
And of course we had Cameron, who donated this awesome space for us to do the conference in. Gabriel, who's you can't see, but is behind a set of walls over here, who's doing all of the sound for the event. And Maxine, who was in and out of here, kind of setting up some props. And I think I've got everyone right. Yeah. Oh yeah, and then Joan, Holly, and my dad, Trevor, for coming in and opening up the conference. And so tomorrow we start at 9:50. We have Leslie Burke, who's going to be doing some meditation. Sophie Smith-Doré, who's going to be doing a workshop called The Diet Trap. Yeah. Kristen Gloa, who's doing a release workshop. And Cameron Montgomery from Studio Dreamshare, who's doing art meditation. And so that's our lineup for tomorrow.
What? I know what I'm doing tomorrow.
I can't wait to see everybody there, and have a good evening, and we'll see you all tomorrow.
Bye. And scene.